action.
6 o'clock. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So non-public, you said we don't, there's nothing
I don't have
for
anything.
non-public this evening? Perfect. That saved us 45 minutes from last meeting.
Ahead of schedule.
Therefore, no action result in non-public. Public comments. Gonna keep moving on. Approval of the agenda. I'll take a motion to approve the agenda. Motion by Jeremy, second. By Deb. Any additions, deletions? I think just before the consent agenda, I will add the the Madison Corner Schoolhouse. Ooh, I won't say Little Red Schoolhouse, I
And
promise.
Nancy's not here, so it's okay.
Yep, Madison Corner Schoolhouse just as D in there, just because I hadn't added it later on. Seeing no others? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Carries. All right, approval of the minutes of the November 3rd meeting. Take a motion to approve. Motion by Jeremy. Can I get a second? Second by Deb. Any additions or deletions? Corrections?
I just thought on, line 96. I'm thinking maybe at the time we thought it was gonna be a special non-public, but wasn't it public?
It did end
Tamworth?
up being public, yeah.
So
Yes.
do we need it to reflect what we thought it was gonna be, or what it actually was?
Did we,
We posted it as public.
we posted it as public,
It was the
but
minutes.
but the conversation was non-public? Okay. We could make a
No, it
note.
wasn't.
No, we didn't go into
There was
non-public.
public.
No,
in
no,
there.
no, but the discussion at our meeting, our last meeting was that it was gonna be a non-public meeting.
Yeah, I don't remember whether we thought it was gonna be non-public, or,
Okay.
so I didn't know if it had to reflect what it actually became.
I think just for the minutes tonight, we can reflect that it was a public meeting, not a non-public meeting. Yeah, I'm
So are you making that change or no?
not making the change, but just in the minutes for tonight,
Okay, where do you
when
want
we
that,
just,
like,
under discussion for this. Others?
This is minor, but on 120, it says Deb Parsons spoke about enrollment for next year, and why do we need 0.5% or a additional teacher?
To replace the
I
two.
just thought it should say, why is there a need for an additional? But I like just taking the "we" out of it and making it SAU's calling everybody.
Yeah, what is the need
Yeah. what is-
versus, yep. So just the intent of, what's the need, not a,
Cause I'm not part of the "we" that needs it, so.
correct.
That's what I just.
Okay.
And then on 126, says about going straight grade. I think it should be grades. And it says Jeremy Cox.
Yeah. Okay. Any others?
147.
Yeah.
Again, it has the "we" thing in there, so I was just wondering if it's 2 bids for transportation and recommended for student.
Got it. Okay. Again, these are things I would read right over because that's
Well, and
not
they're
what I'm good at.
It's not that they're wrong, it's,
Right. Nope, that's fine. Was there anything else?
that was.
Okay. Seeing none. All in favor with corrections? Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Carries. And then we'll do the non-public meeting minutes of November 3rd as well. Motion to approve.
Motion.
Motion by Jeremy, second by Deb. Any additions, deletions, corrections here? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Carries. And the November 17th special meeting. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's on. Take a motion to approve the meeting minutes of that meeting.
Motion.
Motion by Ed, second by Jeremy, or vice versa. Yes, fine, either way. Deb?
I think line 30, it's supposed to say early childhood education program instead of early education program
Yeah.
into the next round of the budget.
Got it. I'm gonna finish next. Okay. Anything else? Seeing none, all in favor with corrections?
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining?
Can you just,
Yes, great.
oh, never mind.
Okay.
I see it on 28th, then, like, we recessed it, but then the votes are,
After we came back.
yeah.
Yep. Okay. So you in favor?
Yep.
It's unanimous. Okay. All right. Madison Corner Schoolhouse.
Yes,
I'm putting you out.
it's a little more central so I can see you guys. So just wanted to kind of give you an end of year update on where we wrapped up some of our to be continued. So this past month, the second week of November, we did find out after our long application process with LCHIP that unfortunately they did elect to decline the grant funding for the school at this point in time. It is partially a sense of relief because the direction that they gave us for next year's application was very promising. And the words that they used were smitten. They called almost 2 weeks ahead of announcing who was not going to be making the list. And they said they don't normally reach out to let us know. They said, but they were so smitten, and they said we were so close, everything kept coming back to talking about the Madison Corner School, which was really kind of heartwarming. They loved the presentation, they loved what we've done in such a very short time, and they love the direction that we're going. And they see us as a very viable contender going into next year. One of the elements that they've mentioned to us, and we've since learned with our 7 to Save nomination, is that they've highly recommended what's called a historic building assessment. So they sent over a list of individuals who are qualified to prepare those, and what it is a full scope understanding of what the building was, what it served, what might need to be updated with the historical registries, and it also helps us to kind of chart a path and ideas of what needs to happen first in order of priority. So they said that was the only missing element that really stood between us and being able to get that grant funding. But they said they feel very confident that if we were to have that going into the next grant round in May, that we will probably be talking to them again. What's nice about having a historic assessment prepared is that we were very much capped at a $25,000 request with LCHIP. If you have a historic assessment prepared, you can ask for far more than that. So that was some exciting, like I said, this was a silver lining, if you will, to the situation. But we're very much looking forward, and we've already reached out to a historic assessment, somebody who prepares those, and we're in conversations with them, and we're also, with our 7 to Save nomination, like I mentioned, we may be eligible for a 50% matching grant to have that prepared and put together for us. So kind of charging forward with that. We also did have Snell Brothers complete the basement, so that was an exciting little win in our books. And as mentioned, Snell has offered to make a sizable donation back to the Madison Corner School as well. So we're looking forward to that. The invoice came over today, and really appreciate just everybody's cooperation and attention in making these little requests happen on such short notice and short insight. So just wanted to share that little bit of information with you and look forward to working with you guys next year and trying to bring this back around full circle again.
Perfect.
So, any questions?
If you go back in May, would it be the same time frame for getting the grant funding about this time next year?
Yes, yep. Yeah, so they haven't announced the winners as of yet. They did reach out to the individuals that did not make the grant funding. We found out that there were 100, it was a pretty competitive cycle. I think there were 120 applicants that were made. They whittled it down to 44. They made 24 or 25 site visits. We were one of those in the state that they did come out to. And to make it that far down the pike, I think is a huge, huge
So how many
accomplishment.
grants do they award?
It's based on funding allocation, so depending on how much those
Needs.
others, yeah.
Okay.
But they do have them broken down into different clumps as well. So if you're requesting $100,000, you'll be in a different grant round than somebody who might be requesting a $25,000 roof repair. So,
Got it.
but,
Great.
yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, guys,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
All right, next you have is the consent agenda. In the consent agenda, you have your principal's report here at the elementary school, your enrollment report, Kennett Middle School, Kennett High School, principal's reports for October and November, your capital reserve fund balance, a copy of your capital improvement plan, FY '26 revenues report, and your FY '26 expenditure report. Is there anything out of there you'd like to pull out, have questions on?
Yeah.
Okay?
So the expense report, it's page 38 or 39, 38. 223.101 says elementary consultants. Just look different.
We added a bunch of accounts, it's more tracking for special ed stuff.
Okay.
It was all under consultants and it covered preschool through high school and out of district, and we just break them down. I have to break them down on the DOE anyway, so it helps me next year. But it does look funny, and I'm trying to figure out how to roll it up into one account so it doesn't show that much detail. But
Right, I just noticed there was 3 or 4 different ones in different places where.
there'll be charter school, so pre-K, elementary, charter, middle school,
Underneath
high
that, it's
school.
all-
Yeah.
That's all out of district? Like,
Consultants-
is that where the money out of district technically would have gone before?
Yeah, out of districts and consultants. I try to keep just tuition and out of districts so that I have a tuition number, and then consultants are the related services. So I can't see, like PT, OT, speech that are provided outside of the school, basically.
And it's, in our budget in here for going forward, that's still broken out, so it's covered. There's a lot of like big negatives. know it works
There's
out
big
the bottom,
negatives
but-
because I don't have a budget there, and I did budget just one line, and I'm trying to roll these up into that one line so that they're just sub-accounts of that one line.
Okay.
And typically you see big negatives here, and as we get grant activities written and improved, we move them over to grants.
Okay.
So
Does that answer your question?
Yep, that's just, it's
It's
stuck out.
usually it's
I
IDA
Rule of
that
thumb.
we leverage
Yep.
for that.
Yeah, and then, did we have a big need for psychological services? Cause same thing, it's like double spent.
It's
Possibly.
allocated that way. No, we don't have a big need. I expect that it's over, I'm sure it's over encumbered. And I also expect that we're gonna use some IDA funds for it.
$17,000.
But we are doing something different this year than we did last year that was different than the year before, so.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that, those numbers all jumped out at me that we were allocating.
Yeah, we have a lot
budget.
encumbered, but our year-to-date, the expenditure wise is, our usage, I guess is the correct term. It's not, has been in line with last year or even less.
Other questions? Motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion by Jeremy, second by Deb. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Carries. Holiday break, December 22nd to January 2nd. Next regular school board meeting is going to be January 5th at 6 PM. We'll back up to that in just a second. Public hearing will be at 7 PM on the same day. Teacher workshop will be on the 16th of January. And the Martin Luther King Jr. Day will be on the 19th of January, no school. So, I know we've traditionally met at 6 o'clock. I don't know if things have changed on the board, if people would like to start our meetings a little earlier, either 5:30. I mean, everyone seems to be getting around here. I know we had some board members in the past that weren't getting out of work till 5:30. So I'm just trying to think, I thought of it the other day and said, well, if everybody can do it. Thoughts? Thoughts from the administration, does that work for you guys, if we were to go to 5:30?
I'm good with 5:30.
I'm good with 5:30.
It's fine with me.
So do we wanna try it next month and see? Hopefully we can get out a half hour earlier too. So we will be starting our meetings at 5:30, starting in January.
Public hearing will be at 6:30.
Yep, we can do the public hearing at 6:30.
So can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am?
So the public hearing is on the,
Rated.
of the budget that you guys have set, that's like your final budget, is the
So we're-
public hearing,
We're
correct?
moving our budget tonight to the public hearing.
Okay, yeah.
And then the public hearing is when we basically tell the whole town, here's what it is.
This is
Here's
what it
here's what
is.
we're proposing and moving forward. If there are any changes, like we did at the joint board meeting, right after the public hearing, because we have to post those numbers out. They'll get sent out to the public, they'll get sent out to the paper. And if something changes between now and then, it won't be in the public hearing, it will be right after. So we may reduce the budget or add something to the budget based on a change in that point in time.
I guess I get confused between the public hearing and then the deliberative.
Yeah, so-
Now, the deliberative is after you guys have said, okay, this is what we've got going.
Yeah, and we push it,
Okay,
and that's what gets printed in the annual packet,
yeah,
which everybody has a hard copy book at the deliberative session, and that's when the town then has the right to make amendments to that budget, correct?
Am I right in saying that if we were to come across something that would change our budget, we also could make an amendment at the deliberative?
Yes, and we've done that before, where the board will jump right in and say, I want to make an amendment down $100,000 because of this. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Can I just add one more to chairperson's report? I don't know when the annual report documents are due. I don't know what that timeline is, so I just need
So
people
it's,
to be mindful of that.
yes, so we have we have the public hearing. I think it's a week, like the 14th is a day that sticks in my head, when all the reports are due from the administration, to go into the annual packet. So,
I think we need to figure out when it needs to be printed, and we need to back it up from there.
right, so when does it need to go out? Do you have that, Heather, in the SB2 timeline?
I do. Interestingly, the book does not have to go out until before the vote. This is what we ran into last year. We typically have it ready for the deliberative, and then if we have changes, we have to do something again, because we have to have the final warrant and the final budget
Got it.
shared.
So, when is the deliberative?
Deliberative is February 2nd.
So, I think traditionally we've tried to have it in the town's hands at least a week prior to that event. So that would mean the January 26th, they'd have to be available. How long does it take to print and,
Usually we print Martin Luther King weekend.
okay,
Because we need to go through like a proof and make sure that everything's good and lines up and all that, so.
So the 14th would work for January.
so if all of the documents were done by the 14th, all the reports to each town. Deb, when does the budget committee meet after our January meeting? Because I know sometimes they've had to have a special meeting to make sure that they get their report.
Never anything in there.
You guys are every other week right now, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So even if you weren't the 6th, you'd be the 13th. Okay,
13th and the 27th.
13th, so the 14th would be after that meeting, so that
Yeah.
gives you at least another meeting. Okay. So then let's say by end of business on the 14th? Okay. Thank you. Principals report.
Can I just jump in one
Yes.
other date quickly?
Yeah.
Thursday, January 8th is going to be a joint 9:13 meeting. That
Ah.
just got issued this week.
Okay. So January 8th is a 9:13 joint board meeting, and that's at Kennett at 6.
I don't work on the king's birthday.
Okay.
Oh, it's from Taxi. You remember the show Taxi?
I do, I remember, yes, Latka was my favorite. All right, principals report, we're back.
All right, in your packet is the school report card, so that has been finalized.
And there were those for the public as well.
Yep, so
Okay.
it's on our website available. I have additional 50 copies over here if anyone wants that. So we're thankful to have that off of our list of things to do as a leadership team, and I think it'll be something that we can use each year to continue to update and show growth.
Update, what, annually? Right around the same time?
Right,
Based on
yeah.
when those scores are available and things like that? Okay,
And then just upcoming events, because it's only 3 weeks of school, but it's pretty busy. PTO, if you notice, has their Scholastic Book Fair going on. There's supposed to be a tree lighting tomorrow night at the public library. Not sure where that stands with the weather for tomorrow, if they'll reschedule.
snow and tree lighting, that sounds like it goes together.
The PTO Craft Fair and Cafe Noel are this Saturday in the gym. And then next Monday is PTO meeting. On the 11th is the winter concert, and the chorus will perform at 6 o'clock. And on the 16th, we have our K2 play. And the PTO is doing the Restore event from 3:30 to 6 for all kids that would like to participate.
Okay, questions for the principal?
The concert is the 11th, and the K2 play is the 16th. K2 plays during the school day at 2:30.
I had a question about enrollment.
Yeah.
So I think there might have been a comment at the last meeting here about the possibility of more students moving into 5-6. Is that right
Started
that
today. We
I?
have 2 students in 6th grade start today.
Okay,
It's
so
not
that's
reflected
not-
in their enrollment
okay.
report because it's done prior to.
Yep.
So they started today.
Okay.
So 2, 5, 6,
No, 2 6th graders.
2 6th graders, so 29.
So that would not affect next year's budget, because they'll be at the middle school, correct?
Will not affect the elementary next year.
So that means the splits now are 20 and 21.
I'm not looking at that enrollment report, so if that's what it says.
Well, it says they're 19, 20 right
Yeah.
now, so.
Then yes.
Okay.
Any others?
Oh, I do have one more, sorry, I even made myself a
Oh,
note.
I almost moved
Sorry.
on.
Sorry, I just wanted to highlight Miss Janet.
Who?
Not make her mad. So Janet is a dog with a bone for tax dollars, and so she's representing our small schools. She is frustrated with Hood for having a minimum, she's like, where's it going? For what we need to order, and it's making it hard, so we're buying stuff either we don't need or we're throwing away food. So she called every number that she could last week. Yes. Right, and ended up talking to the head of the food service department at the state, and she is advocating with that woman for small schools. So she brought to light some things that weren't on their radar and things to consider. So just so you know, like she's always on it and working for small schools. She got our buying group to give us a small school discount, so she's always trying to be mindful for that. So I just wanted to recognize her.
Good job,
The
Janet.
good stuff's always good.
Yep.
Yes.
You can watch it later.
Committee updates, building and grounds.
So we had a meeting with, I'm gonna get his name wrong, is it Michael Hauser? Brad Hauser, good enough, okay. So Michael Hauser about, pulling it from the generator over. I don't think we've gotten a quote to do that. It is going to be on the order of magnitude, possibly 10 times less than a generator will be, and it will take care of the telecom end and utilities end of this side of the building. It will not provide the heat, but it's much less cost intensive than an entire generator for that side.
But for emergency services purposes, it will give us
Yeah.
internet and phone.
Yes, and Mike Brooks came and was in agreement that would provide what they needed.
Mhm. And that generator can handle it.
Yeah, it's really minimal as far as power draw.
Okay.
It won't run the HVACs or the circulator pumps or anything like that that are serviced off this side, and pulling the power across from the other side to get three-phase over there is very expensive.
Got
Or ripping up the entire driveway to come, building the feed down that way is not economically feasible either,
it. Okay.
so.
All right. But, so it's definitely less expensive than,
Yeah, rough number, 150,000 to do the generator, and I can't believe I don't know what it's gonna be, but one run of power is a heck of a lot cheaper
I
than
think 110.
15,000 maybe,
okay.
to pull services over and switch it over,
Okay,
much less. So,
good. Anything else?
I don't think so.
All right.
Are you guys gonna go over this report card for us to comment on, or no?
It's,
Or ask
if you have
questions.
comments, I didn't, I would say, next meeting, bring those.
Questions?
Questions,
Next meeting.
questions, or submit them to the superintendent.
There is a public.
We have another
comment.
public comment section at the end
Oh,
as well.
at the end.
Yep. Okay, so anything else building and grounds wise?
Nope.
No. Advisory Budget Committee.
Okay, so, for our purposes in sharing, 'cause it was right after our joint board meeting. It was
Yes.
the very next night. So I did my best trying to share the ins and outs of taking on the preschool here and what that means monetarily. So, there obviously is a concern because we're taking on more, even though when you look at the numbers overall, it's not a lot. So there was a lot of questions around that. And then insurance was a big question. So with the town, there was a lot of discussion near the end about whether the selectmen would consider different options for the town's employees. They currently go through Health Trust, so they asked me to forward that information to Heather, which I did. And so they're just, the 22% increase was a lot for them to take in as well as us. But, and then just trying to explain why there could be possibly two different plans going on at the same time, because the collective bargaining agreement is in effect, so they can stay on the yellow plan. And so it was a lot of just trying to explain
Yep.
those nuances and differences, and it's hard to keep track of also because there's different percentages that people pay for different things. So I still think they're looking for something that's more consistent, that they're able to look at and compare apples to apples and kind of understand a little better, which I know is something that came up last year too. So yeah, I think they're nervous that what we initially came in with, which was 6% under,
Right.
and then tuition, I told them about tuition and things like that. So now their concern is whether we have savings that we can make, because they really would like that 0% or under amount. And I assured them that we were still looking at the budget, that we weren't done and encourage them to come tonight, so hopefully there'll be more here at 7.
The first night we're running way ahead.
I know.
We're just gonna,
When I told them
we're just
7.
gonna jump over and then we'll go back in at 7, because
Yeah.
that's one thing I have promised year after year, but yes.
But they definitely, what's been happening is the town departments have been coming in
Mhm.
and going line by line by line, and we're talking, questioning $200 here and $150 here. So the fact that we don't get picked apart as minutely as that for a budget that's much larger, I think we need to keep in perspective when we do get pushback that they are managing a different budget, not managing, but overseeing. They look at a drawdown every time, every month for the
Right.
town budget. So I just think we need to keep in mind that the magnifying glass isn't on us as much as that. So when we are questioned and asked things, I think
Yeah.
we just need to keep that in mind.
And so I know they do a drawdown every month, so ours is just labeled differently.
Yeah.
It's just the
It's a-
expenditures report.
Yeah, but it's a detailed.
They
it's like
go through and
50
answer-
pages
yes.
drawdown
Yeah,
that we get every meeting. So,
Quite frankly, I was surprised
yeah, it's very
at
detailed.
the level that they.
yeah. Nope, so, we will continue to work to hopefully make it good for everybody. Thank you. I know, two extra meetings a month, it's a lot.
It's getting to be a lot, yeah, but I'm learning a lot, so that's good.
Good. Any other questions for the committees? All right, I'm gonna skip over Heather Sherwood for right now. I'm gonna jump to Dr. Mike.
All right. I have a couple donations that I'd like to present to the board to be accepted. The first is for Hannaford Helps. So Hannaford has generously written us a check in the amount of $693.
Okay.
And I have another from Strawbridge Studios that is our commission on individual picture sales in the amount of $226.09.
Okay. So per our policy, or do you do we accept them?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's under the amount, but I think it's always nice when people
Yep.
want to do that they're recognized by the
Okay.
board. So you don't need to formally accept them, but
But
if you'd like
recognize
to,
them.
there's nothing wrong with that.
So I'll take a motion to accept the money from Hannaford Helps of $693 and Stowbridge Studios of $226.09. Motion by Deb, second by Jeremy. Any other discussion?
I just have one question.
Yes.
Is there any stipulation on where this money can be spent, or what is it?
No, this usually goes for student activities.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion, questions?
Is the Hannaford one, is that like when you do the little receipts and you put them in the,
The box top
Box
stuff?
top.
I believe that's the case.
okay, that's nice.
I think it's, yeah. You know, they have the little slots for every
Yeah.
school. You
Yeah.
can put your thing in.
The people
Yeah.
can just, yeah. All right, so I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Carries. Anything else? Student services.
Yes, so I
update.
have Lisa here with me this evening. We're going to try to tackle some special ed questions. I know that there were some items that happened the last meeting that Lisa is much more versed at in answering these questions than I am. She's trained me well, but there's no replacement for the real thing. So I'm going to start off just by recapping a couple questions that happened at the last meeting, and then Lisa's going to get into some of the more just general breakdown of our current makeup of our special ed department and just kind of the overall demographics in an aggregated form, if you will.
Okay.
So looking at the hours of special ed support that's needed to cover for the IEPs weekly, that's 73.75 hours of direct service time. Speech is 37.5, let me back that up. Speech is 37.5 hours of direct service time. Shared para support is at 56.5 hours per week, and we do have a one-to-one that is 6.5 hours a day, so they're with that student the entire day.
Do you need him to slow down?
Yes.
I'm writing.
Okay,
as well,
all right, sorry about
So are you
that.
hand moving as fast as you could?
Speech was 37.5 hours a week,
Of direct service time, yes.
and para was 64.5?
56.5.
56.
What was the first one, I'm sorry? I didn't-
73.75.
Yes.
What was,
73.75 for special ed,
Direct service.
Direct service time.
direct service?
So 73.5,
75.
73.75, but yes,
75, and that's special ed teachers.
direct service time for
Yeah.
special ed teachers. These services are provided both individually and small groups. And we also have, there was a question that came up about 504s and services that were incorporated under our 504 plan. We have 13 students that are receiving supports in a 504 plan that includes mainly OT and speech. And as long as that service has to do with the individual who's on the 504 for a major life activity, maybe speaking, listening, movement, those types of things can be written into a 504. And Lisa will correct anything that I said that is
spot on.
incorrect.
You're
All right.
on. You're on
So I'll turn it over to Lisa, unless there's other questions from me. If you need me to repeat myself, if I was mumbling or going too fast, I'm happy to do that. But I'll turn it over to Lisa if you just want to give a current state of our school and what we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody has any questions about those, but I can.
I just have two questions. 13 students here at Madison.
Correct.
Okay.
I did not
And-
include charter school in that or preschool. Those are just K through 6.
And that's just 504, no IEPs.
Those are, there's 13 students. There's more students on 504 plans, but of the students on 504 plans, 13 of them receive either OT and or speech
Okay.
through their 504. Does that make sense?
And how many students on IEPs?
So that's my question.
Great segue.
There's 30. K through 6 is 30 students on IEPs.
Okay, I do have a question, and, you know, my math brain just isn't working. So you said it was like 37.5 hours direct para support.
No,
Speech, that's speech service
Yeah.
time, yeah.
That's speech.
Oh, that's speech.
Mm-hmm.
73.75.
It's specialized instruction.
Okay, but I want direct para support. That's all
Yeah,
the
so the
options.
direct para support is the 56.
56.5.
56.
Yeah.
Okay, so is that include, you said it was small group and
Yep.
individual. So is that individual hours for every kid, or is that got some kids together to add up to that 56.5?
That is the total number of hours written into IEPs. So
Okay.
most,
So you can group them.
correct, so
however
most
you
of,
like.
that's why I have shared paras, and then we only have one student that has one-on-one
Right, okay.
written in their
Yeah, I
IEP,
was
so.
just trying to figure
yeah.
to divide up the hours,
Yeah.
because when you look at a day, there's like 5 hours, right?
Right.
That a para can cover.
Right.
In a day.
Yep.
Because you got your lunch, your recess,
Yeah, exactly.
and
Yep.
then they have to have, there's 6.5 hours in a day?
Correct.
So if they get a half-hour lunch, half-hour recess, and then a half-hour break, I think they have to do their
Their-
paperwork or meet with teachers or
Yes,
whatever.
yeah, they have their time.
So 5 hours a day. is
Yeah.
what you're looking at. Okay.
Yeah, and that breaks out, you know, right now in K1, 2, we only have paras written into 2 students' IEPs, but because of the structure of the school right now, we have paras assigned to that classroom to support other kids. There's 8 students in grades 3 and 4 that have it written into IEPs, and there's 11 in that 5-6 grouping right now.
Can I just clarify that
Yes.
if we were to take out those pairs in
Correct.
K2, we would then be adding para time into some kids with IEPs. But they're accessing the pairs the same as everybody else's, so we took it out of their IEPs.
Wait, you took something out of IEPs, a parent approved because, how, explain that again?
I think what she's saying is that because we already have the support in place in the classroom, knowing that there was that para support in there, it was determined by the team that that did not need to be written into the IEP because they had access to that paraprofessional.
And who determines when they get that access?
as far as within the classroom setting,
Yes.
whoever does the scheduling and whoever, I mean, it's based on,
Yeah,
If
you
they're
know,
in
I'm
there all
just
day long.
asking because I want to make sure that if a kid needs a para,
right?
that we in our heads know, okay, this needs this para for a half an hour of time. And that it's written down somewhere and somebody's making sure that, and then you're saying that that para is then in that classroom for other kids. It's
Yep.
not like she's pulling or he's pulling special. I visualize like maybe 2 special ed kids being in there in a, if it works, in a group and being able to cover that in that time and then that para being able to go somewhere else. But, so that they're only covering the special ed kids that need it.
Correct. And the setup that's in this building right now is that paras aren't just used for special ed.
Okay,
They're used across the board.
even though we
They're
have,
RTI,
okay, no, and I know this is a tough year. I
Yeah.
know this is a tough year. I'm just wondering if there's a more efficient way to do things.
Lisa, I have a question. So by not writing that in the student's IEP, how does that set them up for the future? Because there are students that in fact need that support, and that should carry through on their IEP so that there is no trouble when they get into, 7th grade. Why are we adding this now?
Right. I don't disagree with that, and I think that the model that's been in place here for K-1-2 is kind of giving kids that chance, the kids that definitely need it, it's written into their IEPs, but given that least restrictive environment to start with and seeing developmentally that time frame is really challenging sometimes to figure out where kids are at and how quickly they're gonna develop, so I think that the model has just been to support those kids that we know need this sport, right, because it's more restrictive. But then as they grow, that these kiddos that maybe after being in kindergarten for the year that haven't been getting, a direct paraprofessional support have had access to it, that we're finding, okay, they're not making the growth we want, that IEP meeting that's gonna come up and we're like, nope, this kiddo needs to have that support written into their IEP. Is how I've seen it being dealt with here.
Is that normal?
I think you have different resources in different places, so I think it depends on what your resources are. I've seen it a couple of different ways in different places, so I don't want to say normal or not, but.
So I have a couple questions, but I just want to make sure I have this right. So K-2, there are 2 paras with 2 identified students.
2 students that have paras written into their IEPs
Okay.
for support. There's other identified students in the K-2 grouping.
Okay, but there are specifically 2 students that need the support.
Correct.
Based on their IEP. And then in 3-4, there's 8.
8 students that have it written into their IEPs.
And that has 1 para?
You'd have to tell me on the 3-4 how they split them up. It goes between, I apologize that I don't know who's in which room at what
Or
time.
maybe it's 1 next year that,
It is planned for
One
one
next year.
so I'm assuming that that number of 8 would drop next year? To only need 1? Whereas we need 2 paras for 2 students in K-1-2 right now?
Say that again, I'm not understanding.
So in our discussion last time during budget, it was mentioned that what would be delineated for para support would be 2 paras for K-1-2, 1 para for 3-4, 2 for 5-6. And just seeing that there's 8 and 3-4 currently, I was wondering if there's 1 para in 3-4 currently, or if that was just for next year. Maybe there's 2 in 3-4 currently that are supporting 8 students. It just seems lopsided to me, I guess. I totally am supportive of early intervention, because that's where you get best
End people,
results. But also knowing that there's 2 identified students, and we have 2 full-time paras devoted to that grade level, in addition to having an RTI teacher, a reading specialist, 2 classroom teachers, a speech person. I mean, we've got a lot of people who can provide early intervention. That just seems like a lot of para support in K-1-2 for just 2 students. And I get they're working with other students, but that's where I have trouble with the transparency aspect of it, that they're listed in the budget as special ed paraprofessionals. So as a lay person, not really a lay person, but as a person from the outside looking at the budget, that tells me that we have 7 paraprofessionals that are needed to provide special ed support. So I struggle with that if they're providing general ed support as well as special ed support. How are we letting everybody know that that's the case when we look at the budget?
Thoughts?
No, I hear what you're saying. I think it's a valid point. I think it's, you know, one of those, like the model when I came a couple years ago was that paras were being used in all vast areas, you know, whether it was regular ed, special ed.
And
or
at one
art
point, I
ed.
think we had budgeted some in both,
Yep.
and then I think a couple of years ago, it combined up, rolled all into. we
And I
rolled-
get the idea of that your paras need to work with the students that have that written into their IEP. But that doesn't preclude them from pulling in other students, maybe who have
Into
some
the
similar needs, into a group where your IEP says that they can work in a small group, right? And then, obviously, their grade level peers that aren't identified, it's a benefit to be with them as much as possible. I get all the educational aspects, but as a board member, it's hard for me to sit here and support the number of paraprofessionals that we have, knowing that they're used so loosely. It's not a good word, but that they can ebb and flow between
special
regular
ed and
ed and
regular ed.
special ed. And I think it makes it look like we have a much higher need than we do, because they are doing some of the other early intervention or support things as well. So that's where I'm struggling.
Well, it does sound like we're not writing in for some of the students that potentially would need one otherwise, because we're banking on one being in the classroom full-time as is. So there could potentially be more students. They're just not written into the IEP or the
I see what
504.
Deb's looking for is to be able to say that we're using these regular ed
Delineate.
and special ed, even though they're all budgeted in special ed.
Yeah.
Well, let's just, as a hypothetical, say we cut 2 additional paras here tonight.
Right.
Not saying that that's what we're gonna do, but would that limit our ability to provide the services that are in IEPs, or would that limit our ability to do some of that extra intervention with kids who are not necessarily identified? That's my concern, is we are not able to do that kind of review
Got it.
to see where possible reductions could be made because of the current model. And I don't want to feel like the bad guy because I'm asking to cut certain positions that seem like they're very needed in terms of special ed services, but at the same time, it's hard to know, are they really needed for special ed services at the way that the model runs, so.
Can I speak to just a little bit of history of that?
Yeah.
So, in years past, we've tried to track how many hours somebody's doing RTI and how many special ed, and it was constantly shifting in our expense report, and those things would go up, down, around. So that's that hard piece of, when we had dedicated RTI pairs, when I first came, we had dedicated RTI pairs, and that was in the regular ed budget. Then a few years ago, when we were down 2 pairs, we couldn't find anybody. So RTI pairs pretty much went away because they became special ed pairs. It kind of, I think it's morphed kind of more to stay there because it's constantly changing, right? Like we had an IEP a couple weeks ago change, and now somebody needs, para-support and all the specials. So, okay, so it's that constantly changing. So I think that's that hardest piece to track, because we don't have dedicated RTI pairs anymore. We don't have, this is your only job is RTI. Now it's, nope, your primary job is special ed, and then RTI. So I don't know how to make that work from a budget perspective and how to make that transparent, but that's just the history piece of like going back and forth, because we don't have dedicated ones anymore.
Right, in terms of you don't have like one-on-one where somebody is with one student all day long.
No, I mean like a dedicated RTI para. Like
Right,
in the
but I'm-
budget, there used to be like dedicated, you only did RTI.
Right.
And now that's no longer the case.
Right, and I think where I'm trying to come from is that we have a lot of professional, certified people, and I'm not dissing anybody that isn't certified, well, everybody's certified in their lane, but
Yeah.
people with the higher education, the experience, the certified professionals, I would think those would be the people that we want working with the neediest kids to make the biggest impact and hopefully bring them up to grade level.
Yep.
So knowing that we have those people on staff, now we have 2 special ed teachers, that's great, and I'm hoping that it's sounding like, because one is teaching a math class, that they have time in their schedule now to be able to do some other kinds of support. So thinking of them as being able to do some RTI, reading specialists to do some RTI, and the RTI teacher, those are all people who are highly qualified. And knowing that the number that are in K2 next year is pretty small, I just have a hard time understanding why the paraprofessionals we have on staff also need to be providing that extra RTI support. It seems like we have enough people to be able to cover that.
I understand.
And I just don't know how to get at a number.
How does
I
visual-
noticed that when we look at this new recommendation, there's
Yeah.
some changes, so I'd love to hear about those when we get to them, but
Okay.
that's just my concern, is trying to ask you the right questions to get the clearest information to be able to make a good motion or not, or,
Good decision.
and then hard to explain to the town if I don't truly understand.
Could I offer a little bit more clarification on paras? So paras, when we say RTI, so we're doing intervention, it's not always academic, so it could be some of the social emotional stuff. So our paras go and do lots of those extra things that you probably wouldn't have, you know, an RTI teacher, because you want them doing direct instruction. So when we think about sensory walk breaks, or, you know, going to specials because there's that need, so there's a lot of those kinds of things. So it's hard to just say they could all be supported by certified staff, right? So I just feel like to understand, because when I think we get stuck in RTI, that it's just academic, but it's not. So with our multi-tiered system of support, which is a language we're trying to change, so getting away from the RTI and going through that is really about supporting that whole child. And so we're looking at all the different aspects of their day. So academic instruction, yes, by our certified staff, but then those other pieces where they need that support, then that's what we're providing. And pairs are sometimes the perfect person for that support.
And I hear you. I don't want you to think that I'm not hearing that and understanding that. But I also think, like, we're going to be a school of 82 students, and we have a full-time guidance counselor. I mean, we haven't even talked about, there's years of past, we've had a part-time nurse, part-time guidance counselor with numbers much higher than 82. And I don't want to go there with those positions, because I believe the guidance counselor would be the perfect person when a student needs support socially and emotionally to back them up. And that's why we should keep those people at full-time. The nurse could also be someone who does that. So again, I get back to, I do believe we have a lot of qualified people that are on staff full-time, that in years past with greater numbers, we haven't had them at full-time. And I don't want to go back there to that time. But at the same time, I want to be able to understand the need to be able to articulate, because to be very honest, if I can't understand, I'm not going to be able to support things like a warrant article for playground. I'm just not, because I feel like we could have done better with the budget. So I want to make sure we do the best that we can with the budget and streamlining it and understanding why there's a need for full-time positions. Because when I look at speech, for instance, 37.5 hours a week, that's if you look at hours, that's not taking into account that there's probably many groups where students are, so 37 and a half hours is a full week. But knowing that there's probably a lot of grouping, that could probably be a position where we could cut a day. And is there the ability to share somebody with a Freedom or a Tamworth so that the person
Could be whole.
in the position doesn't lose out, but at the same time, I have to do what's right for Madison.
Mhm.
So if it's right to not have somebody full-time because it's not warranted, that's what I want to be able to do. But I can't decide without enough information to know that I'm making the right decision.
Okay. Linda.
Now, like, I had a whole bunch of things, so.
I know, but we need to be cautious too, just
Because we are
because
going to get
it's
into
a
the
board
budget.
meeting,
Yeah.
and we're gonna talk about budget,
Okay.
but I just, public comments is a great time for this stuff to come out, so we can try to answer them.
Okay.
Doing back and forth, the meetings just seem to go really long.
Okay.
So I don't wanna
do
feel
you
like
want me to say anything?
I'm gonna let you finish your thoughts for now.
Okay, I'm only gonna be able to do a couple, because I don't remember the
Okay.
others. First is, it's really concerning to me, as somebody who is a pioneer, I've been in special ed since 1980, okay? And I feel the model you're using now is bad practice. I feel it's very poor practice. We had to fight tooth and nail to get everything we've gotten over the years for special ed kids. And to hear that they're being used, the paras that are in the IEPs for special ed kids are being used in nebulous, I guess is the best word, ways. The first priority, if it's being paid out of the special ed budget, and it's a special ed para, is to that special ed child. And you can reach, I don't know how many, let's say you got 10 kids in that class. You can reach the other regular ed kids by pulling them into the group. And if you know, when you're setting everything up, you book that para in, if it's only supposed to be a half hour, for a little bit longer. But she's working with the special ed kid the whole time. If
That is
one of
what's
those
happening.
kid-
Just,
well,
they're being assigned, all special ed is covered first, and then if there's time, then they are going to the
Well, but what
RTI or
about the kids, you
whatnot.
said there were kids that you didn't write it, what they needed into, they don't have an IEP because you knew the aid was gonna
No,
be
they
in
have
there.
IEPs. They were trying to decipher and give the kiddos some times in a least restrictive environment to figure out whether that para support needed to be written into the IEP or not. And they typically have done this with the younger kids.
Oh, I thought that it was
No.
needed and you were covering that
No.
way, because if that child moves.
Yes, no,
and
we,
that needed to be in the
100%,
IEP,
exactly, which is to Sherry's point.
yeah.
Well, after that first year or so, we get to know those kiddos and like, nope, this kiddo really needs the support, or we're seeing they're not making progress, and that team is coming together and putting that into the IEP. It just so happens this year that right now there's only 2 at that lower level that have it written in their IEPs.
I mean, I'm not sure why we got away from RTI. It seems like that was an administrative decision, in the past, I left 6 years ago, 7 years ago, I don't know. I had paras that worked with me that only were booked into classrooms for special ed kids, but they would take other kids into their group with them. There's people here that were regular ed teachers, and my students were getting their para support, but other kids in that room were getting it at the same time. So, but that para, I don't know, I guess I've lost my thought. I just feel I'm not sure, I think there's probably a more efficient way of doing things, I guess.
That is what's happening.
Yeah, that's,
I am a classroom teacher, Kate Stanley. I'm a classroom teacher here in the building, and that is exactly what's happening in the building. That the para that is in my room works with my special ed students, but will pull in regular ed students to work with them as well in that same group if they have similar needs. It is exactly what's happening in the classroom. So it is happening the way that it used to, Linda. So.
Okay. So I guess I'm confused about the discussion at the beginning, because it sounds like it was different, what Heather was saying I don't know.
So it sounds
Okay.
like K2 is,
I think K2 is the question because there's paras that are being assigned to those grade levels right now.
right.
Whereas the 3, 4, 5, 6, those pairs are being assigned out to the students that they need to be working with based on IEPs initially. And then if there's extra time in their schedules, then they're filling in with RTI or whatever other supports that needs to happen.
So and if I'm gonna ask for my clarification now because I think so in K2, there are 2 kids that are identified that do have it written into their IEPs, but there's a full-time in each of the classrooms that are utilized for other students who may potentially need them in their IEP in the future, but aren't that far along right now. Is that correct? I don't want to speak wrong. I'm trying to get my head around it as well.
Yes, I think that that's a good way of putting it.
Okay. All right.
One more thing.
Yes.
Because you're on special ed, my question that I was gonna ask about the report card, when I was looking at students with IEPs, over the years, and, it looked like 21 was 24, 22 was 22, the numbers. When those numbers went down, were they because kids had gone on to sixth grade or because kids had discharged?
I think probably a combination of both, but I'd have to look at the numbers and I'd go back and tell you. I can find that out for the next board meeting for you.
No, I'm just curious because you always want to be discharged.
Yeah, and we do make a concerted effort for that. Had a conversation with one of the case managers today about that, doing something a little earlier.
Others? Questions for Lisa? Mike, did you have anything else?
No, I think that covers it.
We can ask more questions related to special ed during
Budget.
the budget process.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because the math doesn't add up. I mean, I'm just saying, you need 73.75 hours. And you have 5 hours a day times 5, it's 25 hours a week per para. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean,
That's if you were to break it down individually. Those kids are being grouped.
Right.
So the 73.75 hours is what's written into IEPs that the student needs. But if you have 2 kiddos together, then that
okay.
half an hour becomes
An
a
hour.
1 hour. Yeah,
Yeah, no.
if that makes sense. Yeah.
As long as it says shared.
As long as it's, yes, as long as it says shared, it does.
Okay. Anything else for the superintendent? Well, thank you, Lisa, for getting us to 7 o'clock. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Look at that, right on time, Sharon. We were moving so far ahead that we were gonna have to skip you guys tonight.
No chance of doing that. I know.
All right, so,
Usually not ours.
so we are at 7:02. I'm pretty dang close. Good job. Moving to the budget part of the evening. And Heather Sherwood, just gonna get to that part of my packet here.
It's all budgeted out.
Heather Sherwood is all budgeted out. No, you got a couple of months.
Oh, no.
So we start on page
Can we
50.
start on page 1,
How about 54 of the board packet,
the board package?
which is page
Okay,
1 of the
thank
budget?
Don't freak her out that way.
Why? It's not right to have a little fun.
Can I just say something overall?
Sure.
On the budget?
Yes.
And I know Deb has done a very good job of conveying to you the ABC's sort of view of all of this. The cost of living increase for the average person across the United States is gonna be 2.8%. The ABC has told and asked the town to hold wage increases to that amount or less. We are looking for a significant decrease in budgets. We are not looking for a organization that takes last year's budget and says, well, let's just do a 3% increase. We really want you to take a look and zero base the budget. Start from the beginning and look at it and say, what are our requirements? Especially given that we are moving from 100+ students to only 80+ students next year. The requirements will not be the same. One thing that I'm looking for is feedback from the board and or the SAU as to a feasibility study as to whether or not is it even feasible to continue to operate this school with 82 students or 83 students? Is it 102? Is it 60 students is the minimum that we would have in the school to make it feasible, if you will? I've not seen anything from the school board that's addressed that, and I'm hoping that that's coming, knowing that you've got this dip coming very soon, within 6 months or so. And what the plan is with regard to pieces of the school or the whole school entirely. Is it encourage another town to come bring their students here? Is it sectioning off a piece of the school and using it for some other town function? What is that? What are the options? And where is that subcommittee that's looking at that to help figure it out for not just this next year when there's only 82 students, but going forward the next 5 years? That impacts your budget. That impacts the capital improvement plan as well. With regard to the budget, us voting down the budget and having you go to a default budget isn't helping, or won't help. Because your default budget would actually contain those additional positions that you haven't been able to fill this year that are not being budgeted for. I guess 1.5 of them is not being budgeted for, at least the last budget that I saw, is not gonna be budgeted for this next year because you haven't filled them anyway. That default budget contains those salaries, did not contain those salaries. For those 2 positions, you
So
budgeted for
if
it.
we were making the reduction, it would not be containing those. So if the board reduces it in their operating budget, it does not go into the default budget.
Okay. So your default budget then does not contain 1.5, those 1.5 positions?
That is correct.
Currently, the default budget currently?
That is correct.
Okay.
Am I correct there?
The last one didn't. This one is down 1.
Okay. Based on recommendations.
Is that true? Down 1, down a portion of the head custodian. The third K12 was still in there.
If the board says, we want to reduce by 2 teachers from what is approved, default now, what is approved, if we're going to reduce 2 teachers, those 2 teachers or paras or whatever positions they are, come out of our default as well. Old school, I want to say 6, 7 years ago, maybe, when the state changed the way the default budget was done. If the board reduced by 2 staff members, the default maintained those 2 staff members. Now, if the board does a reduction in force, Heather, I'm correct here, right? It comes out of the default as well.
Okay.
And it's funny, because Heather and I have had this conversation, I said, and it's interesting, because if we say we really need to add a teacher or add a para, it doesn't get added to the default. So if we reduce it, it does. In the past, it was, if we reduced 1, the default was higher than the operating budget. Now it actually comes out on both sides if the board makes a reduction in force.
Okay. That's good. That's good news. Because obviously we don't want to use a default budget that would have positions in it that you haven't filled or aren't necessarily even looking to fill because they've been so difficult. Additionally, I am aware about the health insurance, and I don't know if Heather has had a chance. I had asked Deb to provide to Heather the company that the
Health Trust.
Town Health Trust. It seemed to be significantly better rates and a whole lot less increase. It was like 7 to 8% versus
22.3.
22 point something.
I think last year that ratio was reversed, where Health Trust was the higher and school care was the lower.
Right,
I
last
haven't
year.
written Health Trust off. We have an existing account. We have plans with them, dental, life, long-term disability, and we have a dedicated account rep. But I know while Town of Madison is moving to them, Town of Tamworth is actively seeking to move away. So I get information from every town, from every interested party, and I'm trying to work through it as best I can, but I want to make sure that when I come to the board with a recommendation, it's a good one. I do now have the medical loss ratio, so those are out and we are actively being quoted.
Oh, good.
But if we go Anthem direct or like to a non-pooled risk group, they will give me a cost model, and they will not lock premiums in until they get the fourth quarter and first quarter of 26, the fourth quarter of 2025 and the first quarter of 2026.
So those rates would not be out until March? So we're in a different timeline than the town, and
I
I know
understand.
it's come up at the budget committee of, you know, they were able to do it in, they have a short amount of, they have a smaller pool of employees to work with. And not 3 towns, 4 unions, and multiple, it's a little different risk pool that they sit within. So and I understand about this much. I'm not gonna even pretend to understand all of it, but I do know that Heather's been working very hard. Every time I stop in, I'm like, so what do we have for insurance? And binders, not quite the size of Deb's over there, but binders that are starting to grow on the different plans and what is required from each of them to give us a rate, because schools rate July 1 to June 30,
Yes,
but all the health insurance companies rate January 1 to December 31.
for the
That-
most part.
Right, most of them go calendar year, so I think that is it's a tough part for them to give us a rate now. I think if we get agreement to move model, we could see different changes there as well.
Just the knowledge that you're actively pursuing it. will go a
Very
long way.
actively pursuing it, yes.
Because a 22% increase in healthcare costs is
Outrageous.
unsustainable for the long run for
Yep.
a town. Additionally, I saw the Warren article that, or the draft of the Warren article for the SAU budget, and I want to go on record that an additional 7% increase approximately from last year to this year, which was about the same, I guess, from the previous year to now, that's unsustainable. Okay? The SAU, and I'll figure out when the next meeting is and go to it, fit it in between.
March.
Yeah, that's not happening, and I'm particularly a little bit surprised to see Dr. Whalen sitting there, a 10%, virtually a 10% increase in pay, or a $10,000 increase in pay for the superintendent for the last 2 years in a row, and then it was about 6,000 the year before that. So in just a couple of years, there have been 7 and 8 and 9% pay increases, where when I'm looking at, if I'm looking at the right budget, I don't see pay increases for anybody else other than a finance person. Also at 9%. Again,
SAU,
yeah, the SAU
so
budget.
there's a pool. So look under is it under the superintendent?
There's a wage pool.
Wage pool, and that is allocated to the staff.
However, that wage pool is again also almost 9%. I think it was 8.9%. I'll have to take a look at it. It might have been 7.6, but that's
Six.
far exceeds the
Six.
cost of living increase that any of the rest of the people who are going to pay into the pool for your salaries is going to see. And so having a very concerted effort to hold that line on wage increases is truly important. And it signals to the taxpayer that you're cognizant that they have to foot the bill for this, because it's tougher. There are people out there, and you can ask Joe Dame from Thanksgiving, there were over 100 families seeking help, okay? People are hurting. Pay increases, I get that, you know, you want to understand what your value is to the organization, but you also have to understand the economic situation that you're dealing with and the economics of the community that's paying for that cost. And to seek a 7% pay increase or a 7% increase period in the budget is untenable.
So I'll talk to the superintendents, just because I sat there as most of us did. We looked at the superintendent, we looked at based on the area where we are, based on what districts are around us. We hired the superintendent very low, as a new superintendent, with the goal to get him up as he proved to us his worth. And the joint board had a lot of discussion around where to put it. And I will say some numbers came up much higher, some came in a little lower. we worked as a board of 15, call it, some people weren't there, to come in, dial into a number that was suitable for the role of the person, of the position, but the role of the person in the position.
And the responsibilities.
And the responsibilities, it's basically 4 different districts to operate, the SAU itself, Madison, Tamworth, and Freedom. So it encompassed a lot of things there, so I just wanted to make sure that I spoke to that as well. I spoke to it at the joint board meeting that we had on the public hearing 2 weeks ago, to the same effect.
I hear you. I don't agree with you, but I hear you.
Thank you. But let's go in through the budget.
So, Jim?
Yes.
Well, Sharon had asked a question, I don't know if we were supposed to answer her.
Oh,
About the school and what we're,
Feasibility study.
yeah. And I don't disagree, but we're at a sensitive time because right now, we have, vouchers that could be coming down the road and school choice, and we have been, talking about school choice, but I think, opening our school up to open enrollment would put, money back into our pockets and bring students from other communities. And we have a good school. We have a solid staff. Kids want to come here. I mean, since I've been on the board, I've approved multiple kids coming here from other towns. So I think that there is some work that we need to do, but I think that we could see numbers increase. I also would like to figure out how to get in touch with the folks that are homeschooling or going to Woodlands or going to Robert Frost. Like, what do we need to do to make it appealing here, to get them to come here and not go elsewhere, right? So there is some work that we could be doing on our side.
What's the mechanism to make that happen?
Yeah.
I'm looking this way
Or a study?
Yeah.
Not just a study.
But to
An
actually,
outreach program, a
to-
study, all of it combined.
well, I think school choice would be a vote of the board, which would be to allow school choice, which is still, it's in the earliest stages, and we've talked a little bit about opening ourselves up for school choice, but also trying to figure out and navigate how that would work. Can they move in mid-year? Can they move out mid-year? How do we budget for next year if 3 kids come in and then decide that they're not coming back next year, but don't tell us until the last minute, we've already budgeted. So those are the conversations Mike and I have been having, and Sherry was with us the other night, talking about those discussions as well, and trying to figure out how those would work.
Yeah, so open enrollment, I don't think that's gonna solve all the problems. But I also don't think that you don't wanna be reactive to a situation. You don't wanna be reactive at the first number you see. But I do think, doing if that's something we wanted to do, a cost benefit analysis, we could certainly do that. There's organizations that do that work. I tend to think that, and what my experience has been with open enrollment is it's more appealing at the high school level, rather than your elementary school. Usually you want to keep your kiddos right in your own neighborhood. But that's something we could certainly survey and find out why parents are making choices for charter schools. Why are parents making choice to be an EFA? Why are parents having choice to be a homeschool? I mean, I think that's, valid information.
It seems like for something like that, it seems like you should have a subcommittee that researches it and you spend some time before you make it, say, okay, we're gonna, school choice. There might be something else, I don't know, whatever, but I just don't wanna see us, okay, let's do this. And, I think there used to be subcommittees of the board that would work on, okay, this is what we're thinking of, and you'd meet, research, pros and cons, all of that. Seems like things.
I see a town member volunteering.
No, I'm not volunteering.
Oh, I saw your hand up.
I'm just saying, I just would hate to see us jump into something,
Exactly why I think we haven't just jumped into anything.
But I'd like to see progress on something. I'd like to see the board doing having a plan for doing something. Because to just sit and try and figure out what's the best way to do this for an extended period of time makes the, that's kicking the can down the road. At least, not necessarily jumping in and doing something, but doing something. Send out a survey, find out why those parents are not sending their students here. Send out the survey to the parents who are here and say, what are we doing we're doing well, that we could expand upon to entice those other students to come back or come into the fold. Doing something to gain information would help to figure out what that long-term solution is gonna be. But unless we start to do something, we're not gonna know until it's probably too late, until we only have, 25 students in the school, and we're spending $8 million a year to educate the 25 students in the school, and all the other ones that are in the other places, so. And I'm happy, I will volunteer. I don't have a dog in the fight, so to speak. Mine's 30 years old and living in New York, so, but there have to be people who want to help fix this, because it's taxpayers' money.
And how to attract more families to town. Cost of living has pushed families out of town.
We're not
Right.
gonna have control of that.
Right, but it all relates into each other. I mean, we've had people can't afford their tax bills, so they've moved out of town. Or the renters have realized that short-term rentals are better than long-term rentals, where, some of our families were living. So it's a lot of those things that do affect our overall enrollment.
Could I put a plug in for the master plan committee? Part of the
The
planning
town
board,
master plan?
the steering committee meets the first Wednesday of every month, not in December, but in January. And those are things that they're talking about, are like housing and what can we do to attract more people, what do people want? So just recommend anybody who wants to be part of those conversations, they're open to the public. So 5:30,
Right.
lower level, they're going to have a public forum in March, I think the 28th, to try to
this on the
gain
website?
feedback too. I don't know if it's on their website yet or not, it was just in an email I got from Tia yesterday. So so there are these other things that are happening too, trying to work on those.
And they all dovetail together, because
Yes.
you have to have a master plan for where you want your town to be in 10, 15, 20, 30 years, and what you want it to be. And so while they're working through that, these other pieces have to still move forward. We can't sit and wait 2 years for the master plan to come out and then say, okay, now we can start working. That doesn't work.
Yep. So, understood.
I'm off my soapbox.
Thank you. Welcome back. No. All right, we're gonna dive into page 1.
So can I just clarify, is the preschool expense in this budget?
Yes. The preschool
And
expense is, what's that?
More than the preschool expenses in this budget.
Yes.
It is, okay.
Yes, it is.
So I think my specific question would be the vacant teaching position, is that the preschool teacher?
That would be correct.
It would be.
Yes.
That's what I thought, but I just.
Yeah. So, I want to ask, so, would this be easier first to start with before we go line by line?
I think it's good information.
Okay.
Not good for me.
The other notes on the other paper.
Oh, well, that's okay. We'll get to the line by line. Don't worry.
Okay.
Administrative recommendations. Sheet. Everybody has it. So, we've had discussions. Basically, first column is actual current staff. Second column is currently approved staff.
Not budgeted staff, on the ground staff.
On the ground, actual current staff
Okay.
in the building. Second one, budgeted. Approved default budget. Third column is the recommendation. Correct? Okay.
Question?
Yes, ma'am.
So recommendation is then what's in the budget sheet that we have.
Oh, no, because I got lost in this process.
You're doing good, Heather.
Well, and also because the
And I
board
ran out of
hasn't
time.
approved the recommendation.
Right.
Some of it is there, some of it is not.
Okay.
So K to 6 classroom teachers, we're currently operating with 6. We have 8 budgeted. Recommending.
That was a good word.
Nikes. Recommending 6. Paraprofessionals, K through 6, we have 7 plus 1 at the charter school. So we have 8. We're currently approved at 8. Recommendations are 5.
So those recommendations for 5 are based on those IEP numbers.
That is correct.
So we need, next year, 5 paraprofessionals to meet IEPs.
K to
Right.
6.
K through 6, the way, unless we get somebody new or, you know.
Yeah,
Correct. In
based on,
case-
based on our sixth graders moving
Yes.
on and not knowing what's coming in, but
And-
yeah.
And that, the one that's at the charter school now, we won't need?
We will still need a charter school person next
So is
year.
that
That's
5
one
plus
of the 5.
1?
Is it 5 plus 1 or just 5?
I didn't write this, so I'm not
Or
sure how it
is
was
the
broken
plus
out.
1 considered out of district? Instead
Well,
of,
there's not a 5.
I will say an
No, I know, I
unintended
just wanna make
benefit
sure that we-
of SAU 13's preschool. Year 1, when Lisa was running around trying to service the preschoolers that were everywhere, and Jen and I were learning grants and IDA grants and trying to get activities approved and getting them approved and getting them paid and then having the state pull them back. But as awful as that was, it gave us a good training. And last year, with the preschool in place, we have found, with not realizing this would be a benefit, we've been able to shift the IDEA funds from supporting preschool to supporting elementary age students, and we've been able to successfully get activities approved for paras at the charter school. So,
so that would be grant funded.
I mean, it's entirely dependent upon the grants being,
Eligible.
you know,
But there will be one
Yeah.
at the charter school and 5
there is
here.
definitely a need at the charter school.
Currently,
but
I'm not talking about me, I'm just talking about this number on this list that says 5. That's 5 here
Correct,
in
In this
Madison.
building.
And
That
then
is-
plus 1 at the charter school.
correct.
And the one that is not in the budget,
The one
it
in-
will be a grant.
It will be grant funded, correct.
But we don't have the budget for it?
oh, that's gonna be another part of our discussion later.
Jim, can I just ask a question?
I'm not getting
Yes.
out
Is
of
there
here
any
in
way the
time.
board can ask questions first
Yes,
and then we
absolutely.
we push out?
Point of order, yes, ma'am.
Because honestly, we just got handed this when we
Yeah.
walked in. So this wasn't a we discussion, we're just looking at it now.
Yep, nope, so yes,
So-
I will go board discussion first, and then,
So if we're gonna go from 7 plus 1 to 5,
correct.
then what does that do for our and then we're going down a classroom teacher, right?
No,
2.
so 2,
So we're not doing the 0.5 anymore.
correct.
So what is that, how are we configuring the classrooms then? If this year we needed 2 K through 2 paras.
How are we configuring the classrooms for how
For
paras are assigned,
paraprofessional?
or?
For paras or
in-
for
I'm sorry, I'm
classroom
just trying to
teachers?
follow what you're.
In
question
general,
is.
because we're going from the need of 8 to 6 teachers, and then the need of 7 plus 1 to 5 in total, which really that would only put 4 here, because one's
No,
going to the charter.
No, so it's 5, and the charter is still, but that would be grant
Plus one.
funded, so would not be part of the 5. So it'd be 5 plus 1.
But we don't even know if we're gonna get that grant money.
Don't you have to budget for it, even though it offsets it?
Do you want to answer that?
It's good practice
I
too.
think we should.
Okay,
It is in the budgets you're looking at.
it is in the budgets we're looking at.
So really, it's not 5, it's 6.
So it's 5 here and 1 at the charter school.
So we can just write the 5 plus 1.
Okay,
And hopefully,
And then, so the K-1-2, to your point, right, would just be 2 teachers for 3 grade levels. Right, and then a 3-4 and a 5-6.
Yeah, and the way I looked at the numbers, no class would be bigger than 15 next year.
Right, but is that what you're asking, Sherry?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
So I'm gonna keep going down and then we'll open it up. So special, RTI is 2, special ed case manager is 2, so stays the same all the way across. Speech is 1, stays the same all the way across. Library media stays 1 all the way across. Music and PE are 0.6. Art is 0.4, that all stays the same. Counselor is full-time, nurse full-time, head custodian, which is a change we made last time, which was down to 0.63 for the head custodian, and then 2 full-time custodians. Food service director is 1 full-time, food service worker is 0.63, principal and admin staying at 1 each, which gets us to a total of 24.23. I'm just adding that 1 para back up to that number of 5. And then down below that, we have the preschool, 1 teacher, 1 para. Where in the SAU, it was factoring 1 teacher and 2 paras. But realizing that we could utilize the staff more efficiently.
That's right.
Because we could share Madison staff into the preschool where we can't do it right now. They could do that with 1 rather than with more than 1.
So I was know, you have 2 RTI
Give me
teachers
1 second.
now?
Does the board have
I
any?
actually was gonna ask about RTI. So we have 2 RTI, but I thought,
You tell me what RTI means.
Response to intervention.
Thank you.
It's really supposed to be multi-tiered systems of support is the new name, but.
Sorry, Sherry.
Okay.
I didn't know what it meant.
okay, because I thought I could be confusing, and I'm sorry. I thought we were doing away with RTI, so to see 2 in here confused me. But
Right.
now I understand better how you explained it.
My question was, is the other one the reading specialist?
Is the, so one of the RTI is the reading specialist, and yes.
Oh,
So there's 1 multi-tier system of support teacher and 1 reading specialist.
Is that correct?
so why don't you call them a reading specialist? I'm just, I mean, 1 reading specialist, 1 RTI teacher, right? Okay.
Don't know the reason for the change in the delineation. So, now we will move to,
Well, Jim, I have one more
yes,
question.
go ahead.
The head custodial position,
Yes.
I'm a little nervous. Like, are we sure that we shouldn't have a full-time person? Like, I don't know. I just feel a little nervous about that. I mean, right, I was at the school the other day, and there's just some things that are still not, done, and there's a lot of, I don't know. I feel like, are we really saving that much by not having a full-time person?
So,
And I don't know for sure. I mean, there's people that probably know better than me. But I just was thinking about it, and
This is that happy medium.
yeah.
I think that we're trying to save money, we're trying to cut where we can, but yet, where do you draw the line? Like, you know what I mean? We could
Yeah.
save money by having a 0.6, but we got
Maybe the town to a 0.37 person.
you know.
so I guess to the point, I just asked Mike a question, has the second full-time custodian started? Because we had 1 leave and then
Yeah, so we have
not started yet.
Yeah.
So that could be why some things maybe are not done
Yeah.
right now.
Okay. That makes sense.
So
But it's hard when we're down 1.
it
Very much
is
so.
very hard when we're down 1.
And my understanding is if we were to be down 1 in the future, the hours of the new supervisor position would be more flexible. So if there was a need for more support in the evening because we're down a custodian, that supervisor could do that?
That's right.
Okay.
It's gonna be
That's what
about
I was-
finding the right person for that job. That's
Yeah,
gonna
and
be
I
really
was just
important.
hoping that, and if it doesn't work, we're back at the table next year asking for a
To go back
full-time
to
one,
full-time.
right?
Okay.
So we just have to
Makes
try.
sense.
Yeah.
things with that position. One is that .63 based on requirements for the job and what changed in the job, number one. And number two is, to Deb's point, do you guys have superintendent, sorry, I'm looking at you.
I'll take one.
Custodians. At the middle school, we had substitute custodians, so when we were down when we pulled.
We have in the past had substitute custodians. I don't know if we have any substitute custodians on the list currently.
I think
Good luck
SAU
finding
13
anybody.
has one, and she only works in Tamworth.
So SAU 13 has one, but that person only works in Tamworth. So they can choose when they sign up on the sub list if they work in all three buildings, or we have had them in the past, but currently there is nobody signed up on the sub list. If
We
you'd
actually
like to be
have
on the
one.
sub
We
list,
have at least one on our sub list right
oh,
now.
we do. Okay, so we do have one on the sub list.
So that could be your help for when you're,
Yeah.
if you go down.
Right, as long as they're available,
Right.
and yes. But yes, using the .63 person to fill in those needs and those gaps. And it's, the role was more to,
It's more of an administrator than somebody who actually does the work, oversees, like repairing the HVAC system and making sure that all the faucets are up to spec and all that other, administrative sort of stuff than scrubbing the floors and doing, someone to open the building and knows more of the mechanical and takes care of the camera systems and things of that nature than prior to. So the job description has been rewritten. It is in this packet, I believe. It was. It
Yes.
is in the packet, so it has been rewritten as a description that's a bit more of a mechanical person than a custodian. So it's more of a head of buildings and grounds than.
so more of make the phone call to the septic guy, make sure that the lights that are out get replaced. Somebody who can walk through the building more every day and say, you need to get this done and this done and this done, and rather than, I'm busy mopping a floor, why don't you go do that room?
And all of those requirements came out to a .63 of a person?
That was 5 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Yeah, so they broke it down by hours per day. And that's where it came into the .63.
Okay.
So my question is, music and PE are .6 and art is .4. What is the difference?
I would defer to Heather on that. That's been the way things have been since I've been
So
here.
for PE in K through 4, they have 2 classes of PE. So that's why the 3 days a week for them. And for music, it's 2 days of lessons, 2 days of classes, 1 day of lessons and instrumental lessons, chorus and band.
We increased that
We did.
2
It's
years
been
ago? Because that was .4, right?
Well, it was .4 when Mrs. Walker left, and then we've slowly been increasing and improving the program, so, because it was instrumentals originally were like before after-school program kind of thing, but now we have it in the school day, so all kids have access to it.
Okay, so we were at a .4 before, and we've,
Right.
so and I remember having that conversation the last couple of years, that we jumped that up just a little bit.
Right.
So,
But again, we're going down in students. And then my other question, on the food service worker is a .63.
correct.
And if I remember correctly, it was .5.
And last year, we moved that to .63 to get them into the benefits category, because we could not find it. We were having a real hard
You know,
time.
and I appreciate that, but if you only need a .5, and so it's a budgetary, it's an impact, because then you move them, so the salary goes up.
Right. There
And
was
then you
need as
pay the
well. I mean,
benefits.
there was,
Oh, yeah.
Can I speak
Yeah,
to
Jen.
you
that?
sure can?
So we were at .5, yes, but we had already had reduction of 2 food service people in this department. And then our lunches have actually increased in the last 2 years, so the .63 is warranted in order to meet our needs and our timelines to get
Okay, I
stuff out.
just
Nope.
need to
And you're doing
understand.
more
Abs-
days.
And we're doing more home cooked meals. We're making our own
And
pizza. dough.
freedom, right?
Nice.
And we
And-
do service
and
freedom still.
Freedom.
Correct,
So,
but they're not in this. you know,
They,
their numbers
they,
are not
they
as-
budget their own
Person.
Right,
person.
Oh, okay, yep.
right.
Who comes
But-
in.
But it's also the food service worker, our
Right.
food service worker is working with Janet
Oh.
to prepare that meal.
We do have
Yeah.
a working director. The director is working in the kitchen and then does the paperwork at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So we
And that
have
bills out.
tightened up food service department as much as we can.
And that bills out a portion. We, it was on the other sheet, 26%.
Ish,
Ish.
that's been the average. It's based on enrollment, so.
So we bill of the food service director to Freedom. Deb, did you have a question?
Yes, Sherry just bursted my bubble.
Sherry, be nice.
I don't have school tomorrow, she said. I'm like,
Oh, that's
no
what,
way.
that's why all of our phones were going off earlier.
Oh, they canceled?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a question relating to art,
ahead.
music, PE, media, because again, we're going down. I mean, this year we're at 6 classes, but I'm strictly thinking to next year. And I took the report card because it had the number of minutes per class, per grade level span. And I just did some figuring of how much time be in front of students, you know, if you give them a half-hour lunch and a half-hour planning time, which is warranted in this CBA. And then I even added like a 20-minute block for preschool in case we wanted to offer some of the IAs to preschool. So throwing in a 20-minute block for preschool. And I'm just wondering if we've given any thought to the idea of cutting some of these positions back. You know, according to my calculations, art, because it's once a week and it's smaller increments, could be done in one day. Music could be done in 2 days. PE could be done in 2 days. Media could be done in 2 days. Media, I have the biggest problem with, because when I look at the amount of time media and library spends, and I know this has nothing to do with the people that are in these positions. I think they do a fabulous job. Again, this is looking to where we have overstaffing that we could reduce. And when I look at the amount of time media has in front of students, adding in the hour a day for planning and eating, it really works out to 29 hours a week that we need to use the media specialist in some other capacity to fill her time. That's a lot of hours. Even if you're doing a book club, even if you're doing a group, 29 hours a week that isn't in here as the media specialist job is just a really big pill for me to swallow, to say we're not even looking at that as a reduction. Whether it's to 3 days a week, so that there's still benefits included. I just would like us to have a conversation about whether there could be some kind of reduction. I mean, I have in my head about what I think could be done. But I'm also willing, you know, having art once a week I know would be tough. So do we do 1.5 days instead of 2 days? Like, knowing that all the classes can fit in one day and you add another half a day, I think is plenty of wiggle room to allow for scheduling, and you can overlap so that if there's, I just think it can be done. So I'm just wondering why we're not considering it.
Mike?
As part of the minimum standards, I think having those is really important, having those positions. It depends on how far, you know, the cost-benefit analysis of how far you want to cut. I think that's going to impact students. And that's what I look at when we're making these decisions. I certainly
Well,
get where you're
according
coming
to I went by the numbers you have currently on your report card and didn't change those at all when I figured about reduction. Because, you know, teachers have to be here an hour, according to the CBA, an hour longer than the student day, which would be 7.5 hours. So I based all of my calculations on knowing those figures and knowing what it says in the collective bargaining agreement. And to be very honest, I don't think that would negatively impact students, because they would get their same amount of time. The teachers in those positions would get their same amount of mandated planning time. And in my calculations, it would save the town over $200,000, which is a sizable amount of money.
So now, question, are these certified teachers? Staff in their field?
In their
of-
content area.
Okay.
Yes.
We've obviously attracted 0.6 and 0.4% full-times. If we were to reduce it, even call it by some point, would we be able to attract? Because that would pull them out of benefit status, which,
Some,
but not all, right? But I'm just trying to make sure that, because I know Freedom's had, okay, just a hard time filling.
Oh, I've lost basically my entire unified arts by doing something very similar to this. And I have one person running my entire UA right now.
but I think that opens an opportunity if we have certified people
Share.
and talk, if there's someone not certified in Freedom, we could offer that we'd willing to job share.
Is a possibility. I know that would have to fly by the Freedom Board, and don't want to speak for them at the moment.
Because I know we used to sell PE, but we used to sell 0.4, so it was a full-time position at the time. I'm not completely opposed, I just want to make sure that we can maintain a.
Yeah, and I don't want to cut back, like I said, I'm willing to, I did what I thought, but I don't want to impact the amount of time students have these opportunities, so I would like to keep that amount of time the same as it's listed in the report card. But I also, when you look at the media specialist in the report card, that's a total of 6.5 hours of class per week. And like I said, there's 29 or so hours that, all of those wouldn't be able to be in front of students because some of it's lunch, recess, but this is where, I feel like there's some places where we could make some adjustments. It would save us a little bit of money. I understand there's people attached to them that everybody wants to take into account. I don't necessarily not want to. But I would at least like us to have a conversation about it.
Can I speak to music, PE, and art? That when we had those positions open, we had one applicant for each.
When we had them open for,
When
where they're at
open
now?
positions. Like when we lost a music teacher and so the position was open, we only had one applicant for PE, we only had one applicant for art. We weren't even sure we were gonna get an art teacher. We only had the one applicant. So those are critical shortage areas in my perspective in this valley. So I would just be mindful of that.
It's part of the Ed 306s as well, that you need to have those positions.
But if you cut back too much or make it too challenging to try to squeeze everything in, then those people can go work somewhere else or not do that.
And that's what I'm getting at.
So it's the risk.
Well, my thought is that it could also give them more flexibility. So if you're someone who's working 2 days a week right now and you're in that position and it's just 1 day a week, you might have another job that you can
Pick up
do
another
more
job.
of. So I understand where you're coming from and not wanting to lose the people that you have. I don't want to lose them either. But we have a job to do as a board. And I think if there is a possibility to offer the same quality time to students by reducing a position, I think it's our obligation as a board to consider that. And I get that there's high risk in every single position there is in a school these days. So I understand that. But we can't use that as an excuse to not cut back when it's warranted. And that's all I want us to do, is just to look at things and say, yes, this is doable without impacting students' education. We can do that. Whether it's a half a day, a whole day, and we can look at the town and say, we've gone through this and looked at it with a fine tooth comb.
So you thinking, I mean, just based on your thoughts, what you found?
I mean, I looked at 1 day a week of art. I do think that's tight, so
So .4 right now is what, 2 days?
it's 2 days.
I will say that, because I do the scheduling, it's not like from 9 to 3:30 that we're free. There aren't as many hours in that, in working around schedules, because you have 1 hour classes or 45-minute classes, and you have to give them transition time in between. We've worked this year to do art classes, the same grade level back to back, so that there's less transition time, but other classes that aren't that way, there needs to be more transition time because they're cleaning up, setting up, getting out materials. So I don't think that we could do it the way that you're doing and not make it outrageously stressful for people, but
But if we went to .3 rather than
A day and a half,
2.
or 3 half-a-days, or, I just wanna know if there's wiggle room. Obviously, I know that if we didn't have to cut, that's the biggest,
Right.
you know, I don't expect to sit here and to have administration like boisterously say, hey, let's cut a position. I think there needs to be some pushback and some talking back and forth, give and take, to find out where is a reasonable
happy medium.
medium.
and these are all things that we did talk about earlier this year. And the reality is, if we cut back music and PE, we run the risk of losing those teachers and not being able to replace them. So that's the impact to students. Is it worth that risk or not? So from an administrative, I'm not going to recommend cutting it, because that's my job, is to not recommend it. If the school board says, yeah, we want to take that risk, then that's the school board's purview to do that.
Sherry?
I think this is like a good reason to possibly think about having that subcommittee, because, and we could look at sharing some of these resources across the SAU, and just make it attractive to people, so that we're not coming down to the wire, looking at these numbers and saying, should we cut here, should we cut there? At least if we had that subcommittee, we could look at it as a whole and figure out how to make it attractive. Because that's the thing that I see going sideways is, and I know from my kids being in the middle school and the high school, they are having a hard time keeping teachers, especially with the specials. Like, they really are. And if we know because of the food service worker, we couldn't get anybody in at the 0.5. So it's just a big gamble to make such big changes right now. But I also, the cost savings, it would be nice. That's just my opinion.
So what would, Heather Sherwood, numbers-wise, can you tell me what it would look like if we were to change, I'm gonna start with 1 and say art, from .4 to .3, what that would look like in a saving.
We go from a total cost of $34,671 to $26,003.
So 8,000. Do the others kind of fall in suit similar?
No, because the other one's gonna have benefits.
Got it. So the PE and music would carry benefits.
Prorated.
Prorated, right, prorated.
Benefits,
Yep.
but
That 34 to 26 is salary?
The 34 is total compensation.
Oh, okay, that's
Yep.
what I was gonna ask. It's
Yep, salary
all
and
the
salary-related
taxes
benefits,
and-
yeah. So, can you tell me what it would look like on PE?
she's working on it.
Oh, I'm sorry. So now, so
Yeah,
that
I
is,
mean-
PE is 3 days a week
Mhm.
currently, so 0.6 is 3 days a week.
And it's actually the one position that has most class time is PE.
Okay, so let's look at music.
Do we look at PE or music?
Well, look at PE while we're there, because we're there.
Okay.
Because if we went to point,
What are you looking at for an FTE?
so,
Because
I would
0.6 is
only
the
go to
benefits.
0.5 if you were going down.
Okay.
so what would 0.5 look like for E? PE?
Is 0.5 not benefit eligible according to the
True.
CBA?
Yes.
Okay.
And Deb, just so you know, the IA folks do give classes to the preschool. That's been happening since the preschool started. So last
Yeah,
year
which
and
I
this
thought
year.
I remembered hearing, that's why I allotted like a 20-minute block for every.
Right, I was gonna
IA.
say, because those aren't in those.
They're not in the report card because the preschool's not ours.
Right.
So,
Got it, so we're
Yeah.
receiving, okay.
But I did figure it in when I was looking at stuff.
Okay, thank you.
So moving the PE from 0.6. Oh shoot, I did it on the wrong one. This one. Hope I did the right one.
Working in live time.
Well, I was just gonna comment while she's doing that the drivers of the budget, what you can control really are your wages and your salaries, right? Which means personnel, and health insurance. Well,
Yes and no.
yeah, I mean, there are options, let's put it that way, it's not.
There are options, but we have to agree with the, as part of the
Okay.
collective bargaining, agreement, agree with the staff on the,
Right.
But it also has a personnel connection.
Correct.
So if you reduce personnel,
right,
you're gonna
so,
reduce
right,
health
basically
insurance costs,
personnel,
possibly.
supplies, things like that that are
Correct.
elementary
See, But you
related.
don't have control over your contract up north. You
No.
don't- You don't have.
Well, not yet.
Well, you know what I'm saying?
I understand,
Your lo-
right.
You know, your sped, you don't have control.
There are those fixed numbers that are
Correct.
stuck.
So, I guess what I'm saying from a budget perspective, what I was looking for was for you to do numbers and do something and get within that cost of living, with what you can control. And so that's why I understand what Deb is saying, you know, from that
Right.
point. You know, and it's not that you wanna do it just.
No, I know, and we're down over last year, yes.
Right.
And I understand, and we're just trying, I think now we're trying to dial it in a little more.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me is knowing the amount of students that we're reducing next year. Is that typically what's happened in the past, to my knowledge, is that we've reduced based on attrition. Either we haven't been able to fill a position, so we've reduced it. Or someone has moved out or left or retired, so we've not filled a position. I would rather be diligent and not wait for those situations to occur, but to actually look at the budget and look what we need and say, this is what's needed. And not wait for something to happen to be able to say, okay, we'll reduce now. I mean, I
also-
think that's where we are right now, because we didn't fill 2 teachers
Right,
this year, and we're in a pickle,
and we knew we were gonna downsize
And-
by 1 last year.
and then we did it.
Right.
I mean, it's not the best
It's
situation.
not the most ideal or
But I-
optimal, but yes,
But I think next year will look different, because we won't have any class bigger than 15.
correct.
Yeah, it's not ideal at
Just
all,
yet.
actually,
You
the
have-
way it is right now.
I'm sorry. PE total compensation right now is 57,383. If we reduce it to 0.5, it becomes 39,028 because it doesn't bear benefits. And music total compensation right now is 50,903. If we reduce that to 0.4, I took a gamble. Is that what we're talking about?
We'll just see what it looks like. I
Okay.
mean,
Yeah.
it's not,
It becomes 29,847. For a total savings between those three of $48,079. Art,
Oh, total save, yeah.
yes.
I
Art,
was
music,
I was
PE.
reading the bottom line numbers. I'm like, no, that's 39, 29, and but yes.
and
So-
that's not including a change in media.
No, yeah, no, just those 3 positions.
So it's,
Do you want me to keep going? Just tell
what
me.
was that?
48,079.
And why wouldn't you look at media?
I just haven't got there yet.
Well, it's not, technically not on the first page, so you don't want us to do that.
Right, we're not looking at that.
Sorry. I'm looking.
Me personally, I don't think it's a gamble I wanna take, cutting those. I really don't. I've been on this board a while and just,
There.
once it's gone, it's gone. And trying to get people to even fill positions, that's just my opinion.
Jerry, thoughts?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I hear everyone saying, you know, we got to look at cutting costs, and yeah, we are going down in students, but it just blows my mind that we never think of the quality of education, and that's never brought up in this room. It's constantly cut, and not think about how we're educating our students. The K through 2 is overwhelmed at this point with kids. You know, we're going to have to make that up next year, and so I just can't see cutting anyone right now. I feel like the administration heard us and they went back and they made some changes that are impactful. But I think for this year, I think we should stay where we're at, but take a really deeper dive and see how we can get strategic going forward.
I actually agree pretty much across the board with Sherry. I just, getting handed this right at the beginning of the minute, not great. And there's,
My fault. I
No,
didn't
it's-
look at the board
no,
packet
it's,
before when
it's
I
okay, I just,
was supposed to make sure
just
that was
to
in there.
have it
Yeah,
tightened up a little bit more. I really agree with the subcommittee. I think it's a great idea to probably get Freedom involved. I don't know how Tamworth is situationally, but you could make those teachers whole somehow. I don't know how it works contractually, but to give them full-time, even if they're in 3 buildings, to share, you know, the IA people would
so
probably be a benefit for everybody.
contractually, what you do is we've bought services from Tamworth at different times.
Right.
And
But
then,
some sort of MOU between the
right,
3
yes,
schools.
between the districts that say we'll pay.
We can make a person few, two, I mean, we might be able to do it with all these people. And make them all full-time people with benefits. You know, each person takes a person
Right.
under their budget and we buy services from the other 2.
From the other 2 towns.
Yeah, that could even go for speech. I mean, it sounds like we weren't.
And that's what I think is what I'm trying to get at, is that I don't necessarily want, and I do disagree that these cuts are just being made and the quality of education is not being considered, because I specifically looked at not changing the instructional time that students get with these people and making sure that they had their contractual obligations, and then also willing to talk about, like, if the amount of time I'm suggesting makes it really tight, let's give them another half a day so that they have a whole nother 3 hours, which could be used for extra things. I do think this is purposeful budgeting for next year, is to have these discussions, and that it is in the best interest of students if we push this discussion, and it can result in someone who's a .2 right now actually getting to be a full-time, because we can work with the other, and we have a certified person providing that instruction at all 3 schools. We're not only benefiting our own students, but we're benefiting the
The other
other
2 towns.
students in the other 2 schools. So, so I don't think what I'm considering is not necessarily what's in the best interest of students and the quality of education we could provide. I think it's thinking outside the box.
I like what
And-
you're thinking, Deb. I didn't mean it in that way. I just meant if we lose some of these guys, we may not get quality people in.
Right.
You know what
and
I'm saying?
I totally understand that. That is a total reality
That's-
wherever you go.
That's some of my fear.
Yep.
Is that could we, and that's why I went to, instead of .4, .3, could we do it? Would we attract, if that staff member were to leave, would we attract another, just knowing what Freedom has gone through of not attracting and filling it with other positions.
Well, I'm thinking Tamworth, they had a full-time music teacher, right? How long did they go?
All
is
last
that right?
year.
All last year.
Oh, last year, that was a full-time position,
They-
so it's even just finding the people, you know,
Right.
like we happen to have some retirees, and so they can only work so many days.
I don't foresee anything in Tamworth opening up, but Freedom could be a possibility.
For some
but we're
shared
still, we're
services.
still evaluating that model.
Okay.
I'd like to make a comment on
Yes.
looking at the quality of education.
Mhm.
It ebbs and flows, and I say this because it used to make me angry years ago when I'd be sitting on the board and people would be talking about test scores. Test scores, test scores are low, or test scores are low. These kids, in my opinion, are more than test scores, number one. Number two, I volunteer a lot of my time in this school, and the quality of education I see on the kids' faces. When you come in and you read to them, some of the reports I see. So we do a lot more at this school, I think, than just reading, writing, and arithmetic. I mean, I know we do maple syrup, I mean, the kids ski, all kinds of this extra stuff that I think is great. So I look at that everyday reality to education as well as, you know, the book stuff, I guess, so to say. But that's all I want to say on that.
I agree with you. I think any school you look at, anybody would say that too.
Right.
Kids are more than a test score.
Yep,
And you
and-
offer as many opportunities for them as you can. And I don't think Madison's any different. I think Madison does tremendously with the staff that they have and providing the things that they provide. But we also have an obligation to the taxpayers.
I agree, because I'm a taxpayer.
Yep, me too.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
if a position is a person certified in music, what's their ability to teach something outside of music?
You can teach up to 0.5 outside your content area.
So if somebody is a music teacher but kind of knows art, they're legally allowed to do that.
If your majority of your teaching is in your
51%
content-
of your-
in your content area.
So if you're singing while you're drawing, you got it.
I'm just thinking,
Yeah.
I just,
Yes.
I know a lot of these people, I was gonna ask the question, like, wow, when you couldn't find somebody for music in Freedom, did you have the conversation with Madison? But I know why you didn't. Okay, so I think sometimes when we do hire retired people that can only work so many hours, that crunches you for sharing, you know what I mean? So,
Right, but I think when we downsized from more days to where we're at, the pool that we attracted from was more of that retired. You know, when Freedom, I mean, when we had PE at full time, Freedom wanted to take on the 0.4 by themselves. So that was a change that they made, which pushed us to the 0.6. And we got lucky and found a retired person looking to work.
Right.
So,
hence Tamworth lost a teacher, right?
no,
Oh, I thought you were talking about music.
no, I'm talking about PE.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's. Is there some small places that we can shave that and still not affect the quality of education? Yes.
And I know this is the first year where numbers are declining, so it's a really the
Greatly
first
declining.
time that we're really looking at these positions, and I understand everybody's hesitancy because the forecast is unknown, right? So if in a couple years we're looking to increase that position again, that will be hard, maybe.
But it will be a
if-
fight that we'll be standing here fighting the other way.
Again, right? So, I don't know. I just felt like this was an area where there would be a possibility. I'm greatly appreciative of seeing the new recommendations and that there were adjustments made, because I feel like that discussions were heard and some adjustments and reductions could be made. I'm just trying to push the envelope to see if there's more we could do. And
So would
I know it seems like nickel and diming, but if you add in media and cut that too, I'm
That's on
not
page
joking.
3.
I know, I'm not joking, it gets you up to $200,000. And again, I know that's hard.
So is the, so.
Because really, the media time on paper in the report card is less than PE. Is the same as music, but music has instrumental lessons, chorus, band. So if you add all those things in, that's more time required
To get it to that.
on paper. Now, I know it's much more than what's on paper, so
Right.
that's why I throw in a number, but.
Yep. So, would it be, and I wouldn't even know how to pick a point, taking a shot at one versus all three in year one, and see how that, so that we're not blowing up our whole integrated arts, unified arts, what do we call it? Integrated, okay, thank you. Not blowing up our whole integrated arts program in 1 year and saying, oh no, all three of them left, we have none, we have nobody to fill that role on all three. Now we're in really, so is there a way we can, but I don't know which one you take as a choice.
But no choice is easy, so.
No.
If, I'll be the one to be the target, you can target
Well,
me.
so the only one I will
My
say that I.
recommendation would be media, because media is the only full-time position right now, and doesn't have any more classes than any of the other positions.
Okay, so
Cut it
not
up.
any of those three.
I mean, if you're gonna try to impact students the least, I think that's the one that would impact students the least, by cutting a day or two.
So,
I have a question about library and media. Wasn't there another role that teacher was filling outside of library and
Yeah,
media?
she was providing some intervention services, and she does a number of other, drama programs.
The drama isn't part
But
of
No,
it.
that's
but I'm
after
just
school.
adding that as a,
But,
what she does.
I thought there was
So-
like a math class or something like.
She's been doing RTI for 5-6, working with them, and then she's been also doing some work with the K2 class as well, anything literacy based. And then in addition to, she did give us a list of all the other responsibilities that fall under her that don't typically fall under other IE teachers. She does a lot of resourcing of materials for teachers, planning time with teachers, and then other than the maintaining, researching books for purchases, online websites.
She's been involved in securing some grants.
Yep. And she's taken the lead on bringing Natalie Kinsey Warnock here this year to work with us throughout the year on writing. So our literacy focus.
are there any potentials with other districts of sharing
Not
library
this-
media?
Not this time.
Does Freedom have a library media specialist?
They have a .1 person. But they're so far in their budget process, but to do this now at this point is not feasible.
Okay.
My question to you, though, I'm just comparing apples to apples. How many students do they have in Freedom?
42?
40, and they have a .1 library media person. So we're gonna have
Really?
double that, but we have a full-time person.
I wouldn't compare
I'm
what
ju-
one district does to
I'm just
another.
trying to look at numbers and look at,
I mean, I could probably find you another district that has some same size and has 2 library media I mean.
I have 250 in my, and we have a full-time media specialist, and she has lots of planning time too, so, I think,
Yep.
I think it's the area, if we were gonna make a cut, that would have the less impact to students. We shouldn't have a need for her to do RTI groups next year, because we're smaller in numbers,
So you're
and
thinking .1 to .8, do you wanna see that number, or .1 to where?
I'm willing to,
One to what?
I'm, whatever
I'm gonna throw
people
.8 and
think
just
are,
ask
is
Heather.
reasonable.
It'll
What-
go from 139, 881 to 111, 905.
111 what?
905.
We were already like halfway there for me?
27,976. What?
Were you already halfway there for me?
Oh, I had it done while you guys were talking.
Oh.
Can you say that again, Heather?
The total compensation is 139,881 at 1.0 FTE, and moving it to a 0.8 FTE means total compensation is 111,905.
Can I
Sure.
just, yeah, can you have someone go back and check this, cause I just added up your recommendations, and before you get to the pre-K, you're at 27.86. I thought something looked wrong with the 23.23, because you can't have a 0.63 and a 0.63 and come up with a 0.2.
So the formula didn't add correctly
Something
down there.
didn't add correctly, but you're at 27.86 before your pre-K, and then you're at 29, obviously 0.86, which would lead me to believe, though, that that the actual and the current
Oh,
budget is
all
the
wrong,
for-
too.
The
might
formulas
be
are all
off.
wrong. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, so just have someone check those numbers.
will do.
Thank you.
That formula's on me, sorry.
Sorry, you spelled service wrong?
Probably,
Yeah,
yes.
two eyes.
No, it's a special service. A little extra I in it. Great, you just called out my disabilities. Sorry. I can make light of my mistakes, yes. Wow, that's really good. No one caught it before.
Well, it's because you didn't give it to anybody.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you.
I caught it, but chose not to say anything, but that's okay.
All right, pick on Jim, let's do it, everybody.
Some of the recommendations
Back
go
up.
wrong.
All right,
You give us too much ammo, sorry.
yes. A big target, how's that? So cutting media down to 0.8 would save us 28,000, roughly.
27,976.
Thank you. Other thoughts on that?
Do we need a motion?
Yeah,
Or were we just under discussion?
we're just under discussion still, and then we can move to a motion.
Okay, because we've been
Yes, we're
in
gonna,
course for an hour and 15
Ball
minutes.
game is on.
I don't care about
So-
the ball game, it's just,
I care about bedtime.
We're on page one.
well, we haven't even started page one.
Right,
Well, it's on page one. These are all on page one.
we're beyond page one a little bit, but yes, we are still there.
Well, I still have questions on page one.
All right,
Can I just ask, is 0.8 3 days a week, 4 days a week?
Four.
In that adequately, I mean, that's enough time, and is it too much? I don't know.
I mean, I guess I would ask the administration if that is doable. I mean, was it thought about? Is it in taking the person out of the equation, because that's the tough part of all of our jobs, but could we potentially save that money?
I would not be for it. I think that individual in that position works incredibly hard. If that's something we want to keep our radar on, I'm happy to do that. I think that with the cuts that we're already making, we're biting off a lot, and quite frankly, I think that we need to see how those cuts already impact our operations. And if this is something that we want to consider and look at further, that's okay. For example, I probably could have, if this was put on version 1 of the budget, I probably could have coordinated something with Freedom to make something potentially work. So I would be against this.
Other thoughts? Yeah.
Oh, and I would just express that that's disappointing to me, that this could have been an option early on in the budget process. I don't feel like that's the board's obligation to think of that as an option. And I know we as a whole entire SAU are trying to streamline things so that we can share resources. So I would have hoped that would have been in the forefront of the budgetary process already. We've done it with preschool. I'm not really sure why we're at this point where some of these things haven't been thought of and tried or explored. And I get the subcommittee, I think that's a grand idea for the future.
Right. but it's something that's gonna start
That
in
doesn't
March
help
and
us right
carry on.
now, and people are hurting right now.
I don't think cutting this position helps with that. I think it's going to impact students. I think it's going to, and what I meant by that is if the board wants me to look at cuts, I'm happy to do that, but getting it at version 3 right now, when I can't coordinate with other schools, is difficult. But that would not have been on my original cuts to the board. Just
Well,
not-
and I'm saying I'm disappointed, because knowing that we're dropping 20 students, that's a significant amount of, like, we should be able to save a lot of money this year, knowing that our student population is dropping as much as it is. And with insurance costs coming up, out of our control and things of that nature, this is a position that I know from experience can be cut.
My suggestion is
So
if the
leave it
board
at
wants to do that, make a motion and see where it goes.
I'm gonna make a motion to cut the library media position down to .8.
So reduce the overall budget to
Uh,
27,976. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Deb. Any other discussion? Thoughts,
I
concerns?
just think it's a bad idea.
Ed?
To everybody's point, we're losing 20 students. We should be able to cut somewhere. I don't like it, but I don't. Whether, you have to look at it as a number, not as a person.
Right.
And I mean, that 0.2 of a person could be picked up under something else. I think just given the enrollment, a lot of these jobs are gonna become fractionalized on,
As we move forward.
specified on PE, and then, well, I can also paint, so I'm gonna do art or
Yeah.
something.
Okay. Feeling the same way Ed's
I
feeling.
don't like it either.
It's not fun.
No.
You know, it's not fun, you know, if you add the people back into the equation, it's even
No, I'm
Yes.
not,
less
I'm not
fun.
even, I'm not even looking at
Right.
at the people, I'm taking the emotion right out
Yeah.
of it. I just think it's a bad idea to cut. Yeah, that, specifically that, but that's just my opinion. I'm taking the emotion right out of it, but.
Okay. So I will call for a vote. All in favor of cutting library media to .8 with a savings of 27,976, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? No. So it does carry.
2 opposed.
2 opposed.
I'm wondering, and I would be willing to work on a committee for this, I just would have no idea how to approach it. I think we need to look at who's coming up. Like, how do we find out, how many, like, 3-year-olds
Child
that are
find.
gonna be,
Am I correct in that term?
We have child find and we have our preschool program, and Lisa works with a number of other providers in the
so
area and
that
through
would
her
be all
connections.
typical peers. So we would know who's gonna, how many kindergartners we're gonna have 3 years from now.
Right. It's
People-
birth records,
Do you
it's
reach out to
it's a
preschool?
lot of things, but then people move in and out all day
Well,
long.
that goes without saying, but I mean, it would be nice to be able to kind of say, okay, from what we know, we can tell this year, and this year, for the next 3 years, this is what we're looking at.
Mhm.
And then it might not, it's very hard to do what you guys just did, and as a taxpayer, I commend you, because it is very hard, but then you maybe would not feel as badly when you can see what's coming, and you know those cuts are gonna have to be done, or maybe they won't be, because there's more kids coming.
Right.
It seems like it would be good to know.
Right, sometimes sometimes you have that information of, well, we know this year's gonna be 83,
Yeah.
but we can see a little more in the future and say, we're gonna be back to 100 in 2 years, so cutting off our nose to spite our
Right.
face is not a good thing at this point in time.
Yeah. If you just have that, information, sounds
Transition.
good, but again, I wouldn't know how to do that. I guess you guys already have what you need to do.
They have
right?
a lot of resources at hand.
Yeah, we reach out to preschools and whatnot, and have kind of our fingers on the pulse
So
of.
what
whatever.
is it then? If you
I don't,
already
I
know,
don't, I
what
don't,
it-
I don't know
what's
what
it
it
gonna
is,
be
I don't
next
know
year?
what it is right
We don't
now.
have that
I'm just saying
information in
that
front
we,
of us.
prior,
Oh,
prior
okay.
to kindergarten registration especially.
I'm gonna continue to move pages here,
Yes.
needles. So, regular education,
So I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
On page one, and then we'll go quickly,
you said it.
hopefully. So this retirees, the wages,
Yes.
8, and that's an early retirement, correct?
Retirees wages, which one?
Towards the bottom.
Just near the bottom of page one.
Yeah.
That's an early retirement, correct?
Oh, wages retirees.
Right. That's a
Yes.
Yes,
compensation
there's only
for an
one, there's
early
only one
retirement.
retiree.
Yes.
So I guess my question to Mike would be, is it usual and customary to have a retiree being compensated because it's an early retirement, and then be rehired by the school on a full-time basis with full-time benefits? Is that typical?
It depends on what the CBA states, it depends on if they were under a previous, not if they're in the same CBA. That would not be, typically most CBAs are not written that way, where if you leave, say, a specific CBA and come back under that CBA. But times are tough, times are hard right now, so I think schools are looking for the best person
I
to
know.
fill the job.
I guess I just have a problem with it being ethical. In other words, you take an early retirement, you get compensated, and the whole idea is that you will use that money, say, towards health insurance or whatever. And then to be rehired by the same district, I guess that's my point. And
That's
That
not,
doesn't indicate they're hired by the same district, it just says they're a New Hampshire state retiree.
If
the
you,
teacher.
if you follow our budget, this employee, and there have been others in the past, retired as a teacher
From here,
from here,
okay.
we are paying a retirement benefit based on the collective bargaining agreement. And we have rehired said teacher in a paraprofessional role. So in a different,
role.
in a different role, position. But yes, so,
And I will.
to make it clear, just so that everybody could see it,
And I will say, Nan, it's not uncommon, there's many teachers that I know that have retired from districts in 13, that work elsewhere, that work, that
no, I
have.
get it, retire from here, go
Yeah.
to the state of Maine,
Yeah.
retire from here, go up to Conway.
That's right.
But to retire from your district and then be rehired by the same school.
In a
just
different,
in a different, and it just seems to me, well, you've been compensated, you've got this retirement, and now we're gonna come back and, because,
That's where we're at, we're trying to find people.
right.
That's,
it's,
It-
times,
it-
that's.
Before that, we were down to.
It met a need at the time, and it did with the other teacher that left last year, that went from full-time into a part-time role, yes. Can we keep one meeting?
Sorry,
If-
she's
if
just
it-
explaining this.
I'm happy to explain for you, if you want. Are you satisfied with your explanation?
She didn't get finished.
It's okay.
What
I asked the question that when these individuals are wages retirees, the comment was made, they come back so they can get full medical benefits. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, if you're a retiree, don't you get medical benefits from your retirement
not
system? But-
not under the CBA here.
But, well, not under early retirement as well.
So not under any retirement here. So if an employee from Madison retires at age 65, we do not carry their health benefits.
No, I'm
for
not
li-
saying,
okay.
I didn't
But-
ask if we did, I just said, don't they get their from the retirement system?
From the New Hampshire retirement system.
There's no
Well,
health.
they do,
There's
because
no-
they're eligible for Medicaid, and that's what New Hampshire
Right.
solved.
But when they retire, if they retire early from here and they're not eligible for that benefit,
Right, and that's what this instance is, this is a person who is not Medicaid aged or Medicare aged.
possibly. No,
I mean,
you can talk about
it's just a hypothetical.
staff and they're, right, but
I know,
yes.
but when you're saying wages, retirees, and that's.
Correct, they retired from us based on when they could retire per the collective bargaining agreement. They came back to work for us, and whether it was for hours, benefits, whatever, in a different role.
Can I just ask another question that I don't,
Yes.
have we ever in the past, currently, or foresee in the future, where we have hired some retired people, that they would be on Medicare and still be earning a health stipend through our district because they have health insurance somewhere else?
If they qualify for the stipend,
So meaning they get Medicare because they're retired?
If they qualify, they would receive it based on the language in the CBA.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I was just.
Yeah.
yeah, so they will qualify no matter what.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
so we could have somebody on Medicare who gets our health
Who
insurance
gets the
stipend?
buyout for not taking our health insurance, yes.
Okay.
Collective bargaining agreement.
I know, but it's
Well, I'm on that committee, that's why I'm
philosophically,
asking that
gonna
question.
I
They're paying for Medicare though.
right, I don't,
So
yeah.
Right, so,
it's not free.
Correct.
Just can't have
So
two
it's still a
health
health insurance
Yeah.
program that they have to pay for. So it makes sense.
page 1, questions?
No.
Okay, Nan said we were gonna go fast, so we're gonna jump right to page 74. No. That was fast.
Sounds good.
Oh, that was my knee.
So just on page 2, the health stipend for music, is it just, music and PE?
So health stipend music is just health stipend for music.
And,
So
and
it's,
they're not full-time?
That is correct.
You
That
don't have to
is-
be full-time?
that is correct.
Right, they get the
Okay.
prorated section
Okay,
of the benefit.
Yep,
moving on.
But those numbers could potentially change if
If-
the health insurance changes, because that's the 22.34%.
that is correct. So if we can find a good resolve with the union and what Heather's been looking at, that there's a savings in that, we're going to push those savings right back to both sides. Because don't forget, even their 12% is going up 22.3% as well.
Right.
So the whole cost goes up 22.3%.
Yeah.
This is just our portion of it, yes.
No, in fairness, I just circled the huge increases, and those are my questions, so you can skip 3.
Oh, I can skip 3.
And
Well, for Nan, I can skip 3.
Right.
Does anybody want to talk about how much we're decreasing on page 3? Because Nan doesn't want it. No, just kidding.
No, I've noted that. I do note, that, but a lot of it is not.
Those are
driven,
numbers you
it's-
don't necessarily control,
Right,
the
right,
unemployment,
that's what I'm.
workers'
yeah.
comp, those
Right.
numbers.
Right.
Salary-related benefits.
Yeah.
Right. So, just on page 4, just to note that, middle school tuition is down,
Yes.
however, high school is up, the
Correct.
17.
And middle school, to me, I'm gonna be honest, still feels like it's not down enough.
So I had a question about that.
Yes.
Because I think when we had talked, you and I, earlier, you mentioned something about what they had said was sort of what they took into account.
So, Heather, they
Right.
took 25, Heather's like, no.
I'm trying to get on a plane,
Oh,
so
I'm sorry.
that's okay. It's all good.
Um,
It's fine.
That's all right, sorry. When we talked about Conway Middle School numbers, the question was, they added 6th grade in after their budget was approved. So their budget wasn't approved, they ended up on default. They closed a school, moved their 6th graders into the middle school. I thought last year we'd see a decrease because their 6th graders were now there. But the way they bill is on their approved budget, and they took the approved budget of the middle school, not the middle school with adjustments to the 6th graders, and ADM from the previous year, so that didn't include them. The way we talked, it was, okay, there should be some number of kid adjustment, because they brought in 72 sixth graders into the mix of 170 kids in total. Rough numbers, don't hold me to any of those. But what they told us was that they did an adjustment on the
25.
budget of 25%, and that
That's my question.
we still haven't received the
Why
appendix.
25%?
Because the makeup of the sixth graders coming into that school make up approximately 25%. And none of the SAU 13 kids are part of that sixth grade, because they all are educated in their home school
So if you
district.
take their six, everybody seventh, everybody eighth, the number of sixth graders is a quarter of that.
That's
amount.
correct, yep.
Okay, because I was thinking like, when you're talking building space and
Yep.
all of that, it should be a third.
Right,
Right,
Right?
but by grade level, a third, a third, and a third.
You've got sixth grade,
but
seventh
by
grade, eighth
usage,
grade.
by student, they make up 25%.
Okay, that's what didn't make sense to me, because I'm like, I feel like it should be a third, not
Right.
25%.
So the, right, because it just includes Conway, Eaton, Albany in the sixth grade. Where 7 and 8 are Conway, Eaton, Albany, Madison, Freedom.
Freedom.
Yes. But we still haven't seen Appendix A.
We did get today Appendix A for next year, but we haven't seen it for this year's bill.
So, still questioning it, but for right now, that's what they're telling us it is. But we're still trying to verify.
The 25% of enrollment does check out.
It does.
Yeah.
So, yes, that's where we're at, middle school, high school. Again, those are, like Sharon said earlier, those numbers we can't. Just going on to page 5,
Computer software, is there an explanation?
computer software. Great Minds, typing.com, so the note below it is the software that is for. Is that annual subscriptions, or is that software itself, or is that?
Some of both. Some of it Luke uses,
Some of it's educational, some of it's for security.
yeah.
It's just a huge increase, that's all.
It's
Yes.
any security or
It's an
software,
increase
jam,
because-
cybersecurity is up 18 to 20%.
A majority of
Year
the
over
increase
year.
was-
This year, the software that Luke uses is correctly under a software line and not stuck under technology equipment. That's why it's a huge increase. It's really
Okay.
not.
All right.
Okay.
Just move things.
We're not
So
doing
the
different
technology
programs.
line's down.
What?
The only other
Technology
thing,
line's down.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, the only other thing on that page is, the paras, and you've already done that, so instead of 7 and 1, it's 5 and 1, right?
So, based on the recommendation here, to reduce by, that was would be reducing by one more, correct? Out of this line? Or we're gonna leave it there?
My question was, is the vacant the paraprofessional for the preschool?
That it would be.
Yes,
Or is
So that
it
would
somewhere
have to
else in the
stay.
budget?
I believe that's where it is.
Okay, that's what
No.
I thought it would be, but
Um,
I don't.
is,
This is where I get so confused and you guys are on a long list of schools.
yeah,
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 budgeted here.
yeah,
We need 5 for the school,
okay.
1 for the charter school if we're gonna budget it in
So-
case grant fund doesn't come.
And one for
And
the
then
preschool.
And
one for the
no,
preschool.
one for the preschool, right.
so
So-
we would need 7.
So it'd be seven.
So it would stay as written.
Or do we move the vacant one to out of district? Because it's not for here,
For the charter.
right?
But if you're paying wages and benefits, can you do that? I don't know.
If we're hiring the staff member to go to the charter school, but we're having a hard time hiring anyways, so why not let them hire and pay for it out of?
Perfect.
Okay, Lisa just gave me a really
Yeah,
bad.
they're not hiring.
They're not hired
No,
either.
That's on us.
They're not,
Yeah,
Okay.
They don't hire,
Yeah.
we do that.
yeah, we hire, and we haven't
It'd
been
be
able to
much
get in.
simpler if they, if
So
if
leave
that
it
was
as
the case.
vacant here. And we still try to hire to provide it, yes.
I'm confused now, because I was thinking of 6 bodies, 5 plus 1, and there's 7 bodies.
Preschool, down the bottom of the list was the preschool.
For the preschool para.
There's 5
So
plus
there's-
one.
So that gets paid by the SAU, is
No,
what you're
so
saying?
that is, so
No, it comes back.
back up. So Madison, at the joint SAU, we talked about moving the preschool out of the SAU because some of the districts were having issues with the cost and, you know, we're paying more than, so,
It's coming back here.
so it's coming back here. They can do it more efficiently if they bring it back here, because they can share some of those, rather than having 2 full-time paras for the preschool, they'd only need 1. The building costs, and then we would receive revenues from the other 2 towns for their kids coming in. And then also a memorandum of understanding, which would give them a, what did we say, $10,000 a year buy-in to hold their spot.
And you no longer pay your apportionment to the SAU.
We no longer pay our apportionment to the SAU, and I'll talk about that in a
Okay,
minute too.
so I understand the preschool will be in this building.
Under our budget.
Under Madison Elementary, yes.
But again, when we looked at the budget here, we still have 5 plus 1, and there's 7. I'm sorry, I'm still confused.
Down the bottom, I listed the preschool separately so you could see it.
1 and 1 down here, so this is 6, and that's.
K6, I wanted to separate it out so that everybody could see it separated.
All right, well, then you aren't really, there's no difference, and you had 7 pairs, and you're gonna have 7 pairs next year. It looked to me like there was a difference, but there isn't.
There
correct?
is
I
a
was-
difference of 1 because 1 is going to the charter school.
One is going to the charter school,
So we'll have
so
6 here instead of 7.
Okay, all right.
And that covers the preschool.
that is correct.
Yes, and that includes basically.
As well.
I think you did a nice job summing up our last 5 meetings in about 3 minutes.
That was pretty good.
Oh, thank you.
Why don't you speak to the preschool coming here now, so that,
Okay,
the
so,
SAU budget,
thank you. So,
to Sharon.
in the SAU budget, the preschool is in there.
Right.
As we've done when we brought stuff to the SAU and taken it out. It is budgeted in both places. So Madison is budgeting for the preschool in our budget. It is also budgeted the way it's being run currently in the SAU budget. If Madison's budget passes with the SAU, with the preschool in it, the SAU budget passes. Or defaults, because they're in the default of the SAU budget. Then Madison will not pay, none of the towns will pay their apportionment of the preschool. So that $245,000 in the SAU budget will be marked as income to offset. So the towns will not be billed for that money. But we have to budget it in both places in case Madison fails, really.
That's right.
If Madison fails, then the fail-safe is it stays as an SAU. So you will not be taxed on the money. So I heard, and the reason I questioned this out, because I heard the question come up at the budget committee meeting. I just wanted, you're not gonna be taxed on that on both sides. It's gonna be marked out as revenues right up front, once it's done.
But and it's a bookkeeping issue. I have an issue with marking it as revenue for something that's an unrealized, like it's completely unrealized. It basically goes away.
Right, but that way it doesn't.
It
won't
zeroes
get
it
taxed.
out.
No, and I understand.
I'm gonna let Heather answer it for me. Yeah.
But again, it's a bookkeeping Heather issue for how it gets done so that it's.
It absolutely is, because the DRA in their portal, I have to say exactly what was voted, and with Madison being on a ballot vote, they actually get a copy of the vote signed by the clerk. So I have to put that in as the fully apportioned amount. So the only way to reduce that, to make the net tax effect 0, I can say there's other local income of this amount, and I've done it with Freedom, where I put in an equal amount to offset something that I know isn't gonna be spent out of their budget.
So that when the tax rates are set, it doesn't include that number.
Such a convoluted way, but.
It is very convoluted, but that is,
We did that
yes,
with the
I agree.
BCBA.
We did that with the BCBA, and we did that when we,
So the
Put
other
the
question I have is not it's pre-K we're talking about, is not the pre-K in the default budget? Because going with what you said before, because those positions would be here, why would that piece not be in the default budget? So regardless of whether the warrant article passed or didn't pass and defaulted, it would be in both.
Because
But
it's new, right?
but is it in our default? We've talked about this, because it's, We had this conversation
Yeah,
about.
something being added, right? So it's not in the
It's a
default.
position being added, yes, but it's a position that we have, because the teacher, and that was the one that the attorney said,
I figure we get an attorney to go either way,
yeah.
so I will take my direction from the board and how you would like this presented.
I mean,
Because
if
I
you
can
put it in the
always take
default
out of the
budget,
default.
then you don't risk it not being passed.
Correct.
It would have to be passed, whether we went regular budget or default budget, and then the SAU could take it completely out of theirs.
Right, but the SAU is done. The SAU is done. We've already had the public hearing on that and everything else, so you can't move it out of that right at this point.
I just don't wanna put it in our default budget. I just don't think it's ethical, personally.
I think now that the SAU budget, I agree with you.
It's,
Now that the SAU
it's on
budget is
both, let's
done.
leave it in our
If the SAU budget is a done
operating
deal.
budget. Let's leave it in our operating, but not in our default.
Okay, notes. Got it.
I guess I don't understand why this wasn't thought of months ago.
We've had this conversation back and forth, but it was more about legality. We have.
I hear you. I'm disappointed that,
Okay. Noted. Thank you.
it's what I say to my kids when they, I hear you, noted. Move on.
I do hear you, and it is noted. I mean,
I know.
it's, what's difficult is, and I'm gonna go back on my soapbox for a moment, and I'll be quick, is that, you know, they've talked about the budget committee puts a lot of time into each department. We've seen one budget committee member at all of our meetings. We've seen you at a couple. There are some I've never seen. And
But we have a representative
I-
that goes between the two of us.
I understand.
That's why we have that. It's
I-
our liaison
Okay.
between the two committees.
In the past, we've had a lot more that have come. And because then it gets to, we've gotten in the past to the deliberative session, or prior to that, when the budget committee's making a yes or no recommendation, and a lot of people abstain because they don't have enough information. When we've gone through the information and gone through the information and gone through the information, it's very difficult. We spend a lot of time on our budget, and we really try to dial it in as best we can. We asked for a recommendation at the beginning of budget season, and we received no, we want to be at zero. We want to be here, we want to be there. We're trying to get there, obviously, on our own, but we haven't received, you know, last year it was like, well, we were trying to be at 1.8, but you guys came in at 2.2. We had another meeting, we made other changes. We're really trying to work well with the budget committee to make these things work.
I'd really like to then maybe sit down with you offline, because I think there's a conversation you and I can have that's not necessarily
Sure,
a public one.
happy to do that. Okay, we're gonna keep moving then. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, where are we at?
Page 7.
7, thank you. Anything there that needs to be called out?
I was just wondering, is the plan still to have ESY here at Madison?
We usually make that determination in like January. We do it here typically because there's air conditioning and it's easier for
It
the
wouldn't
kids.
have
It's more
any
centrally.
impact on these lines?
I don't think so. Our numbers stay about the same, about 20 kids. Yep.
Okay, page 8.
Can I just make a?
Yes.
I'm just gonna make a comment, because when I started on the board, our out-of-district tuition for special ed was $1 million. This number is awesome. I loathe the day that it's $1 million come next year because the wrong 2 students move in. Just gonna put that out there.
Exactly.
It is wonderful
Wrong
where
one.
it is.
And not wrong, but,
Right,
but,
it's out of our control,
but student with needs has,
but we're in a great place. Thank you to the staff and administration for everything they've done, because this is wonderful. As a taxpayer, it gives me anxiety to look at how low the number is, knowing the wrong student moves in. But I also don't wanna take people's money and then say, we don't really need it this
and
year.
push it right back.
That's not.
And I think that speaks to just
Yeah.
keeping a good eye on our capital reserve for
Special ed.
special ed.
Thank you. Page 8. Moving to 9. Ten. I promise, Nan, you did doing
No,
well.
you're going too fast.
You told me to go fast.
I don't see,
No, you know, a lot of things I
You're on the wrong
circled, the
part.
22.34, there's
Yeah.
nothing.
It's the same in every
I
place.
get it.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
okay. Down here.
oh, there we go, okay.
So we're
All right.
That's
Yeah.
better.
Yes.
I just wanna ask, speech-wise, is there possibility at some point, I know it's late in the budget process, so maybe it's next year, but to share that resource?
Well, we're sharing it currently with the preschool, so she services our the preschool kiddos.
Which would stay the same next year, right?
Yeah, so that, I mean, that is part of her, and she does have other kiddos that don't attend the preschool that come in for services as well, that are of early childhood age as well.
I just didn't know if like Freedom, are there
Yeah.
contracted services somewhere where
I mean, it's definitely something we can look into, I don't.
could make sure that
Yeah.
that's how that person stays whole, even
Yep.
if our numbers continue to
She's
drop?
also serviced charter school sometimes too.
Yes, yeah, she, whatever Madison has needed, she's definitely stepped up for.
But, so yes, so keep on the radar
Yeah.
in future if others have.
Well, if there's a committee going forward,
Right.
looking
Yeah.
at some of that stuff,
Yep.
that
Makes
might be
sense.
an area to look at.
Yep.
Page 10, was that 10 or 9?
That's 10.
That was 10. Page 11,
I have a question.
yes.
The increase on your occupational therapy services. So, it's $20,000. I'm just wondering, it went from
Do
you want me to-
59
Based on-
80.
Right, it's based
I
on
mean-
expenditures. Because we actually spent $80,024.
So-
Yeah. This year, so.
So I think it's just trying to get it.
Based
aligned with
off
what
of
it is.
actual, not
Actual.
off of budget. So
Yep.
So,
actual 24-25 expenditures was $80,000. Is the need changed at all, Lisa?
Yes, there's been, I won't say there's been an increase necessarily in services, but our service providers, there's been an increase in cost. I've had to go through third parties because we can't get OT services directly hired through us. So I think there's been a cost to that.
so I thought we had a coda.
We
She
do.
worked full-time,
She works 4 days a week,
4 days.
but she can't do any of my evaluations. She can't
Right,
provide the
so you
services at charter
contract-
schools, so we have to contract out with an actual OT to
Okay.
provide those.
And it's not covered by the OT over in Tamworth?
No, they're full-time for Tamworth.
So that's the,
So the
that's
Does
the
that,
total
is that
cost,
for
so,
CODA and?
Yeah, that's.
It's for
everything.
both, that's for the OT and the CODA.
right, so, I don't know. It just, okay.
It looks like a big number, but we're on a default budget this year, so that isn't what I had intended to budget for this year, that's just what came over. The 59,530, so the 80 looks like it looks like a bigger jump than it truly is, the need is there for those funds.
And the jump is because you have to contract to get
Well, that's
somebody
been
that's tested.
causing, that's the rise in cost, but in comparing to comparing budget to the current year's budget, our current year budget is the default number, that's not what I had budgeted
Okay,
originally.
We probably are gonna overspend that.
Oh, we're
line
gonna
this year.
overspend that this year, yes,
okay.
definitely.
Does that help? Moving on to page 12. This is where cut has been made from page 1. Moving on to 13. All right, while we're here, just gonna talk to the middle of page 13, clerk. We are still currently without a clerk. We're in clerking season. We need, if anybody out there would like it, the position, please reach out to myself, like any one of the board members. We were lucky we found a treasurer, but we need a clerk. And without us having to force the treasurer to become the clerk, because it is in the RSA's that we can do that.
Oh my God, no.
I was just wanting to see if she was listening. So we still have the need for a clerk. We have two previous clerks who can talk them through what's needed. We have the town clerk who is willing to help and assist. But please reach out. Everyone on the board is tasked with reaching out to 5 people and saying, please, please, please.
So I just want to get sure that I know the requirements. Does it have to be a Madison resident?
That, I believe it does have
Okay.
to be a town resident, yes.
Age?
Over voting age?
18?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I think that's what I needed to know.
All right.
I was just thinking like if there was a high school senior that like is in the civics
Yep.
class or something maybe.
And we have a lot of resources to help them get through a year and then decide if they want to re-up for that position. But now's the time.
Is there any other background or experiences that you're looking for in your moderator, clerk moderator?
Moderator's different.
They're lumped
They're
together.
lumped together in the billing side of it, but they're different. So the clerk takes the minutes at the deliberative session, works on the ballot, accepts the positions, the candidate positions for school district, certifies the ballot on election night, signs off on that, and if there were to be a recount again, they would do a recount again as well. See, I almost missed that. That was an extra part of the
that was
position
new.
that was needed last year. So it's not a ton, but it's all condensed into pretty much a month's time frame to make sure we have the hand ballots for the deliberative session, to make sure all those little things. But Sloan Jarrell, who did it last year, took very good notes, and Pat Ambrose, who did it many years before that, is also.
What month, in case people go away for, to Florida, is it?
Call it
February or
January. Call it January to February is when most of the stuff is needed. And then March being here at the elections to certify the ballot and the vote.
But it's a minimal time commitment.
It is, yes it is.
We want to sell that. It's a minimal time requirement.
When I joined the school board, it was 1 meeting a month. It was short. We're 3 hours in, we need to keep moving. All right, so that's my public service announcement for the day. Moving on to page 14, anything? Yes.
And again, just to note that it's health insurance and it's 17.93, which is different than the 22%. So for purposes, maybe Sharon, to understand the difference, I know you've
Yep,
explained
I
it
will,
once.
I'm happy to tell you that. So health insurance for the principal, as part of her contract, we pay 100% of her health insurance, but you'll also notice there's no raise increase for salary. But because why is it not 22.3% increase? Because any staff that were not currently covered by a collective bargaining agreement has no choice but to change to a different plan. So that's why that is not a 22.3% increase. That is factored in at the orange 2.0 plan.
It's
just
the yellow 2.0.
Yellow
Yellow
2.0.
That is
2.0.
just the closest to what they currently have.
Closest to what they currently have. Is that,
Yep.
okay.
And I guess to go back several meetings, and I look at Eddie because I believe he's one, I don't know if it was a recommendation, and I don't know if it came down to a vote. But I remember the proposal from Eddie, from a member of the
Eddie.
board was that all non-CBA members pay the same, in other words, contribute the same amount as your CBA employees towards their health insurance, which is now at what, 11%? Is that what they?
12.
It'd be
12.
12.
So, I guess the question is,
So
and then,
the principal's under a multi-year contract.
okay.
So
So
this is taken into effect of that, yes.
All right, so this is a different contract. There are 3 other non-CBAs?
There are 3 other non-CBAs, and Sherry, did you meet?
Yeah, we met.
So They met as the negotiators
Oh, okay.
before, before. Yes.
Yeah, that was
No, I'm
before
not.
you were here.
Thank you. I
Are
was
the
getting
contracts
nervous.
for those non-CBAs, are they staggered or do they all expire the same year and have to be renegotiated? Because it would make it easier from a
They're all
budgeting
annual.
perspective.
They are all annual.
They're all annual.
They are all annual. So they're not actual contracts. They are policy.
It's a policy.
They are based on policy. So all
So
we-
when this was brought up last year during the budgeting cycle.
Yep.
And Nan is correct, there was a request for a discussion about having basically everybody be a standardized, then was gonna go in from 10 to 11%, now 11 to 12%. What was the results of that discussion within
So-
the board, and how
So
is that gonna be handled?
I'm gonna defer to Sherry because I wasn't in those meetings.
Well, no, this was a public meeting when that was discussed, but that
Right.
was after it was discussed after we already had met with the
Right.
non-CBA.
So I thought you guys met with them after the deliberate, or after, did they?
No, I don't think we
It
did.
was before elections because Sarah was there as a board member.
Yeah.
So it was definitely
Okay.
before elections.
Yeah, but it was brought up, I do recall it being
Yeah,
brought
no,
up.
I do, and that's why I thought it was discussed after that, and that's why I didn't
Yeah,
relied on bad intel on my own.
So what's the plan going forward then?
So right in here, they're 11, correct? 11% cost
I
share.
went off the policy that currently reads 90-10.
90-10.
If the policy changes, I will
So
change what is
currently
in
the policy is 90-10. So they are 90-10. What's that?
For everyone?
No,
Three
for
people.
non-CBA.
Minus the principal. So
Minus the
principal's
principal.
position is 100%,
Yeah,
and the others are 90.
90-10.
Okay.
Yes. So we need to reevaluate the discussion with them,
yep.
and I'm gonna leave that to you guys.
And, yeah, and we did let them know that because that's when we started looking for new health insurance. So they knew that this was going to be coming.
And all of the non-CBA are changing as well, because they have no choice but to change.
I mean, the CBAs.
The non-CBAs. So the principal and the other
Oh, right,
three,
the four non-CBAs have no choice.
they have no
but to
choice but to change.
change. Well, the health insurance.
Health
has
insurance,
no
but
choice.
not the cost share portion. That is
Because that has to be in the negotiated agreement.
correct, in the policy,
Right,
yes.
okay.
The only other thing I have to note on that page is that the non-CBA people get dental insurance, and the CBA people
Correct.
do not.
Yep. And that was when they originally negotiated and discussed that policy. That is something that they had asked for, and it was a,
Negotiation.
call it a negotiation or a benefit of not being part of it.
Okay.
You need to stack their representative if they want.
Right.
Dental, right?
I'm sorry to
Yep.
talk that. So
No, that's
sorry.
fine.
So health insurance and dental is the 90-10 split for the non-CBA that are not principal?
Yes.
So the 90 split includes the dental. And then the principals is 100% of insurance and dental.
Dental is the employee only, I believe.
Employee
Not-
only, but doesn't cover family if they have a family.
District
So
doesn't
single
cover,
dental.
it's single dental.
And it's still 90-10. Okay. I'm just trying to, since
Yeah.
I'm a negotiator, know for the next time.
Others on page 14. 15. All right. Still good. 16. Going on to 17.
Maybe we go back to the custodians.
Yep.
Does that reflect this change to the .63 or?
Yep.
Head
Yes,
custodian.
it does.
Because it says wages custodians with an 8% increase.
Hold on. So wages custodian, but look for,
Head
hold on.
custodian.
Head custodian. Wages head custodian is down 17.85%.
And that's because
Yes,
you
ma'am.
cut the hours.
Correct. We changed the job description. Yes.
But the increase to the other two custodians,
Based on the collective bargaining agreement.
And we have a new hire.
And we have a new hire. So we had one leave that was here. And we replaced that with a new one. So census changed there, thank you. And then they fall under the collective bargaining agreement. So wherever they fall on the pay scale and wherever their raises fall in as part of that agreement. Good? Moving on, page 16. Building. 17.
I don't like the propane.
Well,
nobody does, right?
nobody does, but that is for the new, well, it's also factoring in the new heating system in the gym.
Yeah, but look at the next page.
Right. Oil?
No, the line right below it.
Yes.
Goes up
Right
and down,
below it,
goes
the oil goes down 33%,
Right.
but
Down 20
that's
grand.
20 grand versus 8 grand up on the propane.
And I hope it's right.
Yes.
No, I mean page 18.
Yeah, oh, I
Like a
know.
crystal ball?
I see it.
Yeah?
I'm gonna question it. So page 18, you will see a $106,000 decrease. Is that the one you're referring to,
That's
Jeremy?
what I'm referring to.
So,
Right, right.
as part of last year's conversation, and this year was a year we were negotiating and looking for a new transportation provider by switching to First Student, we were able to show a upfront savings of $106,000. Now, if they can find, because they also service Tamworth, if they can find some other savings for both districts in some sharing of some pickups and stops and routes and things like that for high school, we could see more of a savings. This is based on what we have right now and how we have it. So it's not completely locked in stone. I wouldn't say we're gonna see another $100,000 in savings. But it joins us to the same provider that our sister town has and maybe could save us something.
Should help us getting substitutes.
Correct. Right, they should have a much larger pool of substitute bus drivers and potentially less.
And I
shooting.
guess that's, what was my question? Oh, boy. So is this just a one-year contract?
No, it is a 3-year contract.
Okay, and prior, because this went out to bid.
Yes,
So in prior years, we had contracts multiple years?
yes, 3 years.
So that's why they didn't go out to bid, because, I mean, I applaud the 100,000, but it just seemed like a big jump in 1
Every-
year.
Since we've outsourced, we've bid out every 3 years.
Okay,
The last time we bid, we only got one bid back, which was from Eldridge Transportation at the
Right.
time, who then sold it to Butler, who is currently now.
okay,
This was
But
the
it
first
typically-
time Butler bid
okay.
for
It
us.
typically goes out to bid,
That is correct.
okay,
And usually it's a 3-year contract so that we're not trying to
okay,
match it all up every year.
okay.
Special ed transportation is down as well.
Right, nice.
Interest on debt is down. Anything else on 18?
What is this fund transfer been on school day?
That is for the after-school program. Currently, it is pay for play. And it is not, we've been using a fund that we had,
Deferred income from the 21st century grant.
deferred income from the 21st century grant from years ago. We've been using to offset the cost of this program. And they've looked at it and tried to figure out how they can dial it in. Rec's done a great job in the past year to 2 years in offering more sports programming. So it's taken away from some of the after-school programming. So we've lost some of that pay-for-play people. There is still a need for some to have that after-school programming. I've questioned it. I've questioned it
We had 12 today.
pretty hard. We had 12 today. And I've been asked to give it one more year, the way we're doing it, before we make any big changes. Because they want to just see if they can pump some energy back into it. So that is what this is for, because it's been coming out of a outsourced, a separate fund that was grant funded years ago. That fund is drawing down now. So very similar to the food service transfer. This does the same thing, it balances that out. Does that make sense? Clear as mud?
Can I go back, just
Nope.
real quick?
Sorry.
No,
Go
it's
ahead,
just
quick.
on the bus thing.
Yes,
So, that's 3 buses, correct?
3 bus routes.
3 bus routes. And I'm just thinking number-wise,
Mhm.
and I know I asked before a little bit, how many kids get picked up?
I think the biggest concern we've had is the town hasn't gotten any smaller.
Oh,
For-
I get it,
For,
right,
because we went from 4 to 3 a
right.
few years back.
Mhm.
I think it's a logistical timing
Mhm.
of, even if there are 2 kids on the bus, when that first one gets on is when the clock starts to the 60-minute or
Oh, I
over.
understand.
So yes, I think it's always something we're looking at.
Okay.
And trying to figure out, but we don't want to make anyone overburdened by the amount of time on the bus. And yes, yes, just yell at me. You're over to my blind side. I can't see out of that.
Yeah, one of the things when I initially received the bids in October and I didn't bring the recommendation until November, is I reached out to both bidders and I asked if a mid-year route change was permissible, and they both said yes. So if we find we don't need 3 routes,
Right.
we can scale it back.
Okay, good, yeah.
Good. Moving on. Page 19, food service. So you have your bottom line of your general fund. Then we go into your food service fund. Page 20 is your grand total.
So that page 20, does that $1,100 propane savings, does that coincide with
It's,
back on page 17?
yes, it does, because all of the propane is pumped through one big tank. So
That's
it's
right.
covered kitchen and or building.
All right.
So your large increase for propane, and some of it came out of here.
Okay.
You're welcome. Circle that. Sorry. So your total bottom line is down 342,870. No. Go
Because you
ahead.
made a
change.
change.
Yep.
So the media position reduced to 0.8 saves 27,976.29. So your new revised total is $6,943,152.85. But is this where I get to interject my great news?
Great.
It's not that bad, really. I was working through some of my PD courses and did one on budgeting. And I know New Hampshire's a gross appropriation state, but I kind of look back at how things are always done and we stayed the course. But SEU 13 hasn't appropriated the grant funds that they spent in the past. Sometimes, if it was a contracted position, that position would be in the budget, but that was it. So, in order to do this properly, I should also have a special revenue fund. I have it under Fund 2 in the software. That's how it came to me. And I should be doing my best guess at how much grant money the federal government and the state will pass on to us. And I should include that number into our total operating budget. I will also include an equal number of an amount in revenue. So it's a net tax impact of 0, but I should fully appropriate any anticipated grant funds that we spend. Last year, 24-25, we spent about 380,000, and the BAs I've talked to said, double it. So it covers anything that might come, I mean, there's the grants we expect, the title grants in IDEA, but then there's other grants that pop up throughout, whether it's, Stronger Connections or Safe Grant, Discovery Ed. ESSER was a huge one. So, I wanna say it's gonna look like your budget's up a lot, I just wanna talk this up, I do need to put it in there. I don't have to double it. I have the accountant comes on the 10th of December to kind of run some things by him, but I do want to budget what I think we're going to spend for grants next year.
So would you put it as a line item for,
I have to do a whole fund, so we're,
So
fund
like food service?
Yeah, I would have a special revenue fund.
so it would, okay, so it would look like the food service, but our bottom line will go up.
Your bottom line will go up and your revenue will go up by an equal amount.
So it would be a whole new account code, its own account code, wouldn't it?
It's its own fund, yeah.
And there'll be zero taxation changes.
Zero
but
taxation
It's gonna make the
effect.
budget line look terrible.
It's gonna make it look horrible.
I mean, I can put it in a separate warrant. I mean, the risk you run is if for some reason the town votes that down, I don't know why they would, but if they did, we could not access any of our grant funds next
Would
year.
that then go in the default or no?
Should go in the default.
So, I'm gonna ask Sharon a question. I think if we, I think warrant article might be better, and because we could explain it out both sides, but we'd really need the board, the people, the budget committee to explain that we're asking to raise and appropriate $700,000, throwing out this number, $700,000, of which $700,000 is gonna come from income from grant revenue. So it's a net zero warrant article. But if that warrant article doesn't pass,
We can't.
the town says you can't take any grant money. So any grant funded programs that we currently have operating through the school
Right,
disappear.
right.
That was my gut feeling too, that it would be best with a warrant article for the townspeople as far as.
It's just a matter of making sure that
You have to
Everybody's on the
explain
same
it well.
Explain it.
Right.
It has never been done in Madison, Tamworth, or Freedom. I went back through the reports and I looked at the schedule of expenditures of federal awards for the last 10 years, and it hasn't.
and once it's
been done.
approved in one, then it goes into next year's operating. It would show, so when we budget next year, it would not have to go as a warrant article every year.
So when you write a warrant article, can you write the little explanation underneath it, even though everybody's gonna be
No.
talking about
Well,
it? No?
you can.
There are RSAs that govern how
Okay,
warrant
So
articles.
But you
we can
say
write
no-
it.
No additional taxation.
No additional taxation.
okay.
And that would be
I can,
run
yeah, I
through
can say
Marcia
where the
Clark at
fundings
DRA.
come, and then it's no additional taxation. Again,
Hold
That would be
on
helpful.
1 second. Cherry.
How,
go ahead.
do we know how other districts do it?
I have seen Conway puts it in their operating, and they say of this operating budget, this much is grant appropriations for grant expenditures to be offset by an equal amount in revenue. I think is how they worded it. I think it was that, and most of them have it in their operating. I think some may do it separately.
I'm just worried about ensuring that we can use that money.
Right.
Well, and I just question, like, if a grant doesn't come through, we still wouldn't use that money.
We can't. No,
It would
my
just,
grant funds, the grant fund itself needs to zero out at the end of the year. So it would be really bad practice for the district to spend money and, on a grant line and not know that the revenue's there.
right, so we're estimating the amount, but if it were to come in less,
Right,
we wouldn't be spending that bigger amount.
right. We'd only spend what we have grant funds for.
And we don't get our allocations sometimes until.
July,
Yeah,
Mid-July.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, yeah.
So Heather, do you have a feeling one way or another which way would be better?
This past year, we spent 383. I think the warrant article makes it easier to explain. I'll go back to your question.
Okay, yeah.
Because I think if I just drop it in the operating budget, it's like, oh,
People are
look,
gonna be
it's-
like,
it's
oh, I thought you were
$700,000.
5% down. Oh, that's zero.
So,
Sorry.
I mean, I think it takes a lot of explanation. My concern is that we're SB2 and we only get 40, 50 people at the deliberative, and the vote takes place at the ballot of like 600-700 people, so
I think we
maybe
have-
not that many.
As a school board, I think it would do us well to post an understanding for that article.
It's part of the public hearing, and if we had to post a second one just
I would
for
post
that.
it at the door when you
Might do
come
a
in.
flyer this
Article
year.
2 or whatever
Yeah,
it
a
is.
flyer.
Right, a flyer.
A mail flyer would be the
Right.
best way to do it.
Facebook.
We'll put it in the
Yeah,
paper.
put on the town Facebook pages.
I mean, I will say I'm talking to the auditor. I may need to do a deficit appropriation for this year's grant funds. I don't, but it's never happened. I've talked to DRA. She's like, I didn't get a lot of
So what's the
guidance
problem?
there.
It's never happened, what's the problem, why start now?
Why start now?
So,
Right? Why start now? Why
So
start
this-
now?
It's something, it's the way it should be done.
It's
it's gonna
the way
bring
it
us
should be
into
done.
compliance
Right.
with how it should be done.
So as not to have a huge number in there though, instead of just taking the, double it to 700,000, might I suggest that you go back 5 years, look at how much we've received in grants, and use an average of that number?
Yeah, they always say go a little bit high. I don't think I would double it. Being that we were 380 last year, I think around 450 or 5 is plenty. I know there's a safe grant
COVID
I
years-
want to
That
apply
idea
for.
that we're gonna get that much more in
Yeah.
grant money.
Well, there's a safe grant I want to apply for. That could be 50 right there.
Okay, so
Um,
that gives you
Right.
430.
And then it also depends on how much we spend out of this year's grants, because 3 of them cost 2 years, where Title I is only a single year of performance. So if we don't spend as much this year, then there's more available next year. That's the hard part with grants.
I think
When we
can-
roll into
There's
September, we
carryover
have,
money that's allowed, but that carryover has to be included in that number. And we can't overexpend that number once we've been given a
there's only
number.
carryover in Title I. There's 2 years
Got
to
it.
spend Title II, IV, and IDEA and preschool.
But then, like, we had those years where COVID hit, and we had a ton
Yes, sir.
of grant money coming in that we wouldn't have accounted for. And we had the whole, the HVAC,
That's right.
ESSER money. So, yes, while I don't wanna throw a stupid huge number out there,
Right.
wanna be conservative, liberally conservative, we'll call it,
Is there,
Well, you wanna give yourself some room so that.
so that we can
Additional
grow if we can get something.
grants, right.
Right.
right, can we not spend over it? If we say it's
We
600,000? We should.
And we obviously have these.
But I mean, if something
Lot,
comes in,
but-
You got more
we
grant
get
money.
some golden parachute of money falls in the front yard for $800,000. Is there?
We
because
can
it's not
totally
in the
do a
budget, we
special
can't take
meeting.
it?
You can do a special meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah, then I
special
wouldn't-
meeting
I
and
would-
deficit
I
appropriation.
wouldn't go twice over them. It seems
Yeah,
like
we
a
can,
lot.
we'll take a look and, you know, take a
Time and a
past
half.
look at some allocations
Yeah.
and dial it in. I think the important question is to figure out if it's a warrant
Where you
article
want to
or
live.
we wanna just put it in.
I think the opportunity with the warrant article, while I know there's a chance the town might not approve it, historically, that's not happened when all 3 entities, the selectmen, the school board, and the ABC are all in recommendation of it. Generally, people believe that we've done our jobs, and if we're recommending it and can explain it very well at the deliberative session, and then recommend to people that they go back and watch the deliberative session if you weren't able to be there, and really kind of harp on that, tell them what minute.
Right.
The timestamp, then,
Put big stars on the screen for us.
right.
It costs you no money.
And
Right.
yeah, exactly, that's the
And it-
really
And
important.
that,
Bottom line is
it will not be
no
taxed.
Correct. It does nothing to your
Actually
taxes.
lowers your taxes,
It is an
probably.
accounting issue.
Right. Okay, I've made it to the bottom of the budget. Going to page 94 in your board packet, that Sharon didn't want to print the whole thing out herself.
It's over on the pages, I don't have that big print.
Warrant articles to move, so. Article 1 is for clerk for 1 year, moderator for 1 year, treasurer for 1 year, and 2 school board members for 3 years. Article 2 is the operating budget that we just worked on there, totaling,
6,943,153.
and then Article 3 is the SAU budget of $1,527,007. which 527,065 is assigned to this budget. Again, there's that offset for the preschool, and for the public hearing, we will have that number that, of less that we will pay out of that 527 number for you.
You should have a very thorough explanation of that and expect to spend some time on that so that the voters understand exactly what's going on, because if we don't,
Yep,
then
nope,
run the risk of them saying, no, I don't think that's right.
correct. Article 4 is for playground, so we.
Would you like me to tell you what we have for quotes?
I would. So this is for the phase 2 of the playground, which is the adaptive playground, right over behind here. Quotes?
We have received 2 so far. We did request a third one from someone who had given us a quote previously. Haven't received the updated one. One is for 68,000. One is for 90,000.
Is that for the same structure, like sort of
For
setup?
the same area, similar. They're similar. They're comparable.
And there is potential grant money. I know we talked about matching type grants maybe available for this type of project.
I'm in a little bit of an argument with the bureaucrats over that.
Okay.
They're taking the stance that it has to be written into a student's IEP in order to use IDA funds. It's a listed allowable use of funds in their federal guidebook. So I'm waiting for some new bureaucrat to.
To give
So is it
you,
because we
So
currently
stand
don't have a
approval?
student that has that in their IP, or is it?
And I don't believe we do. Specifically,
Yeah, is that why
that
they're
they
saying-
need to have access to playground equipment.
And because we don't have somebody that has that, they're balking.
That's unfortunate.
Note to special student services right into the IEP.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Find that out, yeah. I wonder if there's anything around there.
thinking it, but I wasn't gonna say it.
Why not? I mean, if
I-
it's appropriate.
No, I agree, right,
I'm not
absolutely.
saying just blindly write it in.
Tomorrow we'll have.
You get a
Sounded like
playground.
that
You
to
get a
me.
playground.
You get a playground, you get a playground.
Everybody gets a playground.
Okay,
Oprah, sell that.
so,
Yeah.
do,
Are we waiting to see what the other bid might be, or do we have to decide this now?
so I think we need to put something in here now so that we can move it to the public hearing. We could change it at that point to the point of 0. After that, we could delete it. But I like to see, as we get to the public hearing side, the total impact of all warrant articles included,
So do we wanna word it up, like one of those
up
up
to, yes.
Was that with like the setup and
It's fully installed.
so like
this is a-
72,000 would be a.
There
But
was
this is a
68.90.
raise and appropriate too, it's not like fund balance.
Right.
Yeah.
This is all new money.
Is there a major difference between the two quotes as to why there's a $22,000 difference?
Not an obvious one.
What,
I think it's just.
tariffs?
Just one
Oh, I
company.
mean, our
I
Which
driveway,
think
country they
it's
coming
just
from,
probably just
you know?
one company
That
over
matters.
another.
our driveway ceiling
So,
quotes were all
I mean,
over the place.
because
Right.
picture-wise, they're both pretty similar. You know, they offer adaptive, opportunities for kids, so.
80?
They look kind of big. Do we have the space for it?
It'd be
Out.
just right
Yeah,
there
up-
behind you.
right,
Fire
where the
truck.
fire truck is now.
Fire truck.
Fire truck and 4-square would go away.
What are they gonna fight over? Okay,
Or
number.
they created their own Gaga pit over in the corner,
Got
so.
it.
It's fun.
I love Gaga.
For the most part.
Great, we can talk Gaga shortly, later.
So are we feeling like we need a little bit of cushion because that amount might go up by the time
All
we
right, how long are those
purchase
quotes
it?
good for?
I would say yes, because we couldn't spend it until July 1.
Right. So, I would give us a small cushion.
It says valid for 2025, so,
Taillight guarantee.
there you go.
Boy, that's pretty quick.
Can you get an extension? I
So,
don't
you know,
know,
we can ask
80
for another one in
up
January,
to
that hopefully we get for all
80,000?
of 2026,
Come
but.
January
Which
one is gonna be
would be
25,000
all right, because we
more.
could amend the warrant, right?
Right, when we come into, right, at the deliberative session, if we have a valid quote that we say,
Is good for 2026.
right, or it's good for 90 days for us to sign it, you know, we could sign it and say, yes, we agree to buy it July 1 on March 18th,
Right.
after the vote.
Yeah, they can lock in the price.
Yep. So $80,000 here for a placeholder to get us to the public hearing,
I would say as a placeholder.
Do you need a motion?
please.
I move it.
Motion by Deb, second by Ed. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Carries. All right, special ed capital reserve. What is in that account right now? $235,000. Thank you. So do we want to place? No, I appreciate it. It's right there in the article itself. We originally had said 200 to 250, years ago.
I would put a minimal amount in.
Okay.
Because we're asking for playground money and then we
Yeah.
have two other petition.
On this other sheet, it shows 10,000.
Is what we've
No,
done
that's-
last year.
Now it says SY 26, deposit.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would,
Yeah. So,
I would do 10 or 15,000 at most. I would just,
That's fine.
I don't wanna hold on to anybody else's money for.
right, yeah, I don't like to go too far, but if we do get that one student, we could
Well,
be
could we do 15? That would put the balance over 250.
over 250. We could do that.
I'll,
Motion by Ed
sure,
to go to 15.
sure.
Second
Second.
by Jeremy. The second's all over the place, as George would say. Any other discussion on 15? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Carries.
I'm sorry, there is discussion.
Oh, sorry.
Wow.
On Article 5,
Yeah.
do you want it to come from fund balance? I just, because I put options in here, I just want to make
Oh,
sure when
okay,
I'm
sorry.
done.
So
that-
do we want that to come from fund balance, or do we want to raise and appropriate that?
I would think if it were me, I would think if we were gonna do from fund balance, we might raise the amount a little bit. But if we're gonna appropriate, I would feel more comfortable it was at 15.
I agree. Thoughts?
Appropriate.
Raise and appropriate, so have it as the way it's been for the past few years?
Came
Did they-
from fund balance last year.
Last year it
did?
did?
I think you did fund
Fund
balance.
balance last year, yeah.
Okay, so we've gone up and down a little bit, because we got over the $200,000 mark.
If you decide, if you decide that you want this to be raised and appropriate as opposed to having it come from the fund balance, you're going to have to justify why you're doubling the amount that you're asking for from last year. If you go to $20,000, because you were saying if it's,
No, we weren't going to 20. We were looking
I
at
was
15.
saying if you were taking it from fund balance, we could go up, but.
Right, if we were going from fund
Not if
balance.
we're gonna raise and appropriate.
Yeah. So, thoughts,
you're still gonna have to justify why you're going up,
either way.
why it's 1.5, why it's not.
Because I think last year, yeah, we had a lot of high-end, high warrant articles.
Big one on here.
Yes. So do we want to go raise and appropriate? Or fund balance?
I don't care either way.
I think you want to be between 250 and 3, honestly, with this fund.
Okay.
But I think
And I think the justification is you just need one student to move in, right?
special
Yep.
ed placement costs are just going up and up and up. Madison's in a really great position right now. But I think you want to
Like I
continue.
said earlier, that $1 million savings
Some
is
word
great,
here,
but
there we go. But I do think you want to, I think if 10 to 15 would be fine. And I think the voters have a history of supporting that fund.
so
And we don't spend it unless we need to
unless
spend it.
we overspend
Special
the
ed.
special education lines.
That's right.
So from undesignated fund balance?
Yep. Yes.
Yes.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Ed,
At 15?
Yeah.
15,
Second.
second by Jeremy. So 15 from unreserved fund balance.
Yeah.
Yes, fine with me.
All in favor? Aye.
So as written, okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Um,
Can I back you up to Article 4? That was to raise and appropriate.
that was to raise and
Okay.
appropriate, correct.
Thank you.
Article 6, raise and appropriate $135,000 to be placed in the building capital reserve. Current maintenance fund, including obligations earned 625 is 151,000. This is based on the CIP.
Based on the CIP.
What the CIP,
So I was looking at it, and because it projects out really far,
Yeah, it gets muddled as you go out.
and I don't know, like, how do people feel about
it,
cutting it back this year a little bit?
So what's on
Well,
this?
I think before you get to that, you need to have an entire discussion about the CIP, because there's some numbers that I don't understand
okay.
where they're coming from. I mean, it's showing a 2026 planned yearly withdrawal for $289,000. But I don't see anything, very few things that are listed for 2026 that have any kind of huge numbers to them to warrant 289,000. So I don't know if it's a spreadsheet error that it's not calculating correctly, or whether it's calculating double, and I don't know what these lines are underneath the driveway ceiling striping. The next line down has numbers in it that says 12,281 in 25-26. I don't know what that number is. What is that number?
That's the number for the projects this year, so 25-26 driveway ceiling striping, 12,281 generator, which may not happen now. And then the 198 is for the gym flooring and the bathroom renovation.
Or what?
So
We
there,
already spent the gym floor.
Well, 25-26 is the year we're in.
Yeah,
This is funding year 2026.
So that's
That's
what
what
we've,
we've spent.
so we've spent all of that except for the generator.
so the 26-27 budget year that we're looking at
Did I look at the wrong year?
is guesstimated to,
So
no,
it's
that's
So
130.
it's
So it's 92,000. You haven't amortized. She has it amortized at 135 every year, based on the schedule, right, Heather?
Yeah, I don't like this schedule, but I'm working with it.
so. Why would you amortize the driveway ceiling and striping
Because it's gonna need
past
to
the
be
years that
done.
you're doing it?
Well,
it
because we
gets
do
done
it
again.
every couple of years. It's an ongoing maintenance.
Because it says it's 2029 is when it's expected to be
Expected
redone,
even though
right?
it was
Right.
done this year,
So we're-
2029.
Right, so there's a life expectancy carryover.
So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm looking at the projects that would be done in 2027.
Yeah,
I was just a little confused about priority-wise, because some of the projects in 2027 say priority 3.
That was the other thing.
So is there a chance we might not do them? Because they're not high priority? Or it says the hallways, flooring, kitchen flooring.
So the priority was my attempt to give Sharon something she asked for, I think, 2 years ago. And my rating system was 1, high, 2 medium, 3 low. 1 high is safety, like cameras. 2 is building and facilities, like HVAC, heating, and 3 was anything else, for lack of a better. But Sharon said that wasn't what she had intended.
But it's the first things that could go to deferred maintenance, essentially. When you get to
Right.
3, those are
We
the
have
things
some
that you-
deferred maintenance items that we could switch gears and go on. I haven't thought much about next year. That's what's on the schedule. There's some things I'd like to pick up. We might drop the generator in place of doing a $10,000 fix to pull the circuit over to the panel in section 2. It's not, I don't look at this as a
this is what we have to do.
Right.
And
Or a
have
solid
to-
document.
It's,
A
yeah,
working
it's
document.
still fluid, it's, you know,
And it will
based on
get
the
better
year.
if we end up going with Alpha, right, or whatever that,
Oh,
The-
heck, yeah.
because they'll know when things need to be replaced.
Correct.
Legit, like,
Gives us a better, they give us a better track.
I was just thinking I understand why it's a flat rate every year that we're putting in,
I would cut it in half.
but I was just looking at what we have for projects for 2027 and the possibility that they're priority 3 is that
Yeah,
maybe we
well,
don't
we're
have to
putting
do-
in, we put in more in the, I even it out, so there's ideally no spikes in the tax rate, so that when we need to replace the HVAC and need 400,000, that's not what I'm requesting, that we put in the building capital reserve. That is just, you know, one method. I think the master planning committee is looking at something along these lines, although I feel like the school is kind of left to their own devices a bit. My goal is to say these are all of our needs, whether it's a capital improvement or a capital maintenance item, and that I level out the playing field and that I know there's enough money in our capital reserve fund to do the items on their list. If these no longer become a priority, or they no longer are something the board wants to address, they come off the list, and then
changes the
reassess,
appropriation.
you know, what needs to be deposited. It's a very cumbersome spreadsheet to work with. I don't like
it-
it. I do not. I will not say that I like it.
And we changed it, and then get a lot of kickback on the changes, so we changed it back.
Yep.
It's, and it is, the design behind the capital improvement plan is to try to budget the same thing year after year with very little margin. That way there, you're not spiking a 400 year and then down to an $80,000 year. It's one of those that we have foregone many times because everything else was just out of control.
Yeah, I don't think we should forgo it altogether, but I was thinking maybe we could bring it down a little bit, but I don't know much about these things, so.
Yeah,
Building committee?
I can't see us actually doing the generator next year, just given, I mean, he gave us a rough off the cuff guess of 150,000 to do it. So this number's not even, it's not gonna
high
cover it
enough.
anyways. I wouldn't have a problem dropping it below 100, just pulling that generator out, at least for this budget cycle, you know, potentially.
I don't have a
longer.
problem pulling the whole 79 out or 80
Well, I don't-
because we also bumped it up last year, or we, a deliberative session bumped it up.
Yeah, so I,
Right.
Want to do 80?
I think,
I was thinking 80 or 90.
any ideas?
80 would probably be realistic.
Okay.
So can we make a motion at 80
Yep.
to raise and appropriate?
Yes. To raise and appropriate, yes. Second by Jeremy. Any other discussion? So $80,000 to raise and appropriate for the building capital reserve. Other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Carried. All right, this is a new one. Sit back and hold your seats on. Tuition stabilization. Now, I know, Heather, we need to talk about if we do these, how we want them placed in order. So, with the changes in tuition over the past few years, numbers have gone way up and way down. To do the same thing as the CIP, if we built a tuition stabilization fund that we could draw from, so that we wouldn't have to, if Conway goes up $200,000, we could pull $100,000 from this account and try to minimize the savings on it. So that's why I suggested this, and it's here. So basically, the tuition stabilization and such funds to be raised from undesignated fund
Yeah,
balance
this was fund balance, okay.
is what we had talked about last month to see. So it gives us at least some barrier on those changes happening. Most other schools in the area have them.
Freedom has one. Yeah,
Freedom
there's
has
a few
one.
that have them.
So I think we've had those years that we come into budget season, we get into December and we're like, in November when we're talking budget, we're like, hey, we're at 2% down. Conway numbers come in, now we're 4% up.
Mm-hmm.
That could help offset that to get to the town where the town would like to be. Any other thoughts or concerns on here?
I just would ask, like, because we're in the midst of negotiating,
Correct.
right? So this would be wherever we end up sending students.
That is correct. It would cover tuition for anything.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that we're sending, it's the tuition from Conway, it can be tuition for anywhere.
Tuition for anywhere, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Special ed?
Could that cover special ed tuition, Heather?
Yeah,
It
potentially.
could, I
If we
mean,
lump it all,
if- we do have a
Just
spent
asking.
capital reserve.
I
but
get,
yeah.
well, right, so no, but if you had a very expensive special ed student that was $500,000, we could pull 250 from that fund and then whatever from this fund, as long as this fund paid for the tuition part of it, not any residential or anything like that.
and it depends how the account is written, the purposes for it, so,
No.
but
Well, but also the wording of your RSA, or of your warrant article. And in the warrant article, it says purpose of stabilizing and managing tuition costs.
Correct.
Anybody who wanted to use this for special ed would say, if you're sending them out of district to a special school, that tuition could be covered by this, but
But not-
transportation or
Right.
anything else to
Exactly.
get them
Correct.
there is not.
Just the tuition cost
Just
part of it
tuition.
could be covered out of it, yes.
However, you have special education funds
That's correct.
to pay for those kinds of things,
Yes.
so.
Yeah.
Using two different funds to pay for the same thing, yeah, I don't
It's
think that's a good idea.
not the best of favor, but if we ran into a real jam where our budget was almost overspent for the year, and we had somebody move in, and we'd obviously check with DRA to make sure it was okay to do, but if we had to expend all of the special ed fund and still needed, call it another $20,000, could we say, have them list out what the costs equal to, and the tuition's 50,000, so we're gonna use 20 of that, for that portion of it. Do I know the answer? No. But just in my head, thinking that portion of the bill, but not everything else that encompasses it.
the primary focus is to, right,
Is
to your
to-
point, avoid those swings that you get. if
Middle
there's
school
a-
and high school.
yeah.
Tuition,
The focus of this is tuition stabilization.
correct.
If it could be used somewhere else, that's icing on the cake.
That's a bonus later
Correct.
if we need it. And my thought was $100,000, and would be from unreserved fund balance only.
So it'd be up to?
Up to $100,000, and the reason it would be that, because depends on how we place these warrant articles that are, from unreserved fund balance, is if, let's say, $500,000 worth pass, but we only have $200,000 of undesignated fund balance, you fund them in the order in which they're placed on the ballot.
So then that makes you're gonna have to think about the priority of which
That
these,
is correct.
But if you say up to, you could only put.
Right, if you say
20,000.
up to, we could alter and say 20, 10, 5,
Yes.
move those monies around.
I'm just gonna say it as a taxpayer, I don't like this article.
Okay.
Personally, so that's my only thing. I think people should be able to hold on to their money. And we're negotiating, I'm hoping that we do good enough job that we don't have to.
well, this is coming from money we've already let go. It's in an unreserved fund balance, and so it's money that we as a taxpayer don't have in our own pocket.
But it's in an undesignated fund balance, so it's money that will be turned
Just
back at the end of the year.
We just request less,
Correct.
we don't turn it back.
Right,
Right,
it's less that we raise.
The rest don't like it.
so
Nope.
it's one pocket or the other.
Correct. But I see the point.
So it's money you don't spend this year
Correct.
to potentially use. if
Future
you're
years, yes.
on-
Right.
It's to try to get some control back for those uncontrollable costs we talked about earlier. We can't control that, but this is a fund we can use to mitigate some of those swings.
So do we have to at least appropriate $1 in there to have, like, I mean, not appropriate, but when
Put
the
a dollar
time,
in there to move it
when the
forward.
time comes to actually set up the account, or does it just go away if?
So
If there's nothing, if it gets funded and we liquidate it, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like if we don't get enough money to hold over to be able to fund some of these,
Right,
like,
we could
does
put
that
a
mean
dollar in it.
we just don't have an account after, or do we
Right, so
take
if we,
as
if we,
little money
if
as
we
we
decided
might
to
have.
allocate no money to it, cause we didn't have enough to do all of them, this account just wouldn't be created.
Okay.
It'd just have to come back at a future time if we wanted to do that. So any thoughts?
From an accounting standpoint, you would still establish the fund, you just wouldn't put any money in it. It would show zero for deposits for the year, but the account still needs to be there because by the warrant article, you created that
You created the account?
Yes.
If it passed, right?
If
Okay,
it
so if
passed.
it passes, then you would create, okay.
You
Create
have
the
to
fund
create
even
the
if it's
account.
not,
Even if
every
it's,
Monday.
even if there's a zero balance.
Correct, because
Okay.
you're taking from the unreserved fund balance, so you would have to wait till the end of the year to figure out
Correct.
what, if any, funds could be deposited to it.
Yep.
And if there weren't any, it would just say zero,
It would just say zero and stay at zero until there was
until the
ever funding
next
in it.
year and the next year.
And then at some point, you could dissolve the
It
account.
was 60,000 that we are up this year, is
Correct.
that right?
Yes.
And when you're up 60, you may not choose to tap it. You may just try to take
Right.
it on, but it's there if you get those years that, hey, it's 200 or it's 300.
You're up 60 this year, what's the total, 400 and, no, those are capital reserve fund balances.
Our numbers are going down.
Yeah. But so are Conway's and,
Does that mean, okay.
But our evaluation went up, which is why our
Right.
cost went up.
yeah.
Conway's gonna reevaluate, and who knows what theirs is gonna come back at.
Right.
I kind of like the idea of the fund. I'm not sure I like the 100,000.
Okay.
We can put in 50,
20,
That's what I was thinking.
50?
dude, we can put up to 50.
Okay. That
Yeah,
feel
I
good?
like that number better.
Take a motion. Motion from Ed, second. By Jeremy. Any other discussion? So we'll put $50,000 there to have a discussion.
And that's from unreserved fund balance, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, cause it says raise and appropriate.
I changed it, I'm keeping up.
Got it, thank you.
It's late, but so far so good.
Sorry, the
Taking
next
notes
one's
too, Heather, I got
the
you.
same,
Did the motion pass?
oh, I'm sorry, all in favor? Aye. Thank you, Janet. Jeremy, you said she was gonna be good tonight. All right, Article
On
8,
it.
to see if, same type of fund, healthcare stabilization.
Oh, boy.
So this year we were hit with $111,000.
Never happened before?
We have not been reassessed before,
No,
like we were this year.
Yeah, I don't remember ever hearing that we.
no,
Never.
but Conway got hit last year.
Right.
So health insurance, I think, is a big
Oh, it is.
problem right now everywhere.
Right, for everybody. There's no advantage plan in Carroll County.
There's just no
I'll tell you
nothing.
that.
So this was just looking at the fact that we got hit with that. We were luckily in a good position with our fund balance from last year that we could use that to do it. But just a thought.
And this is an event like a catastrophic, like,
Correct.
if we're going up 9%, we're putting that in the budget, right?
Yes. Because if you
So
go up
I
9% and then you go up 10% the next year, you have to add 19 the following year.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just confused how we would use this one,
I think it's only, probably in the event of the one-time payment.
Of
like we had this year.
of the
only
one-time
time.
assessment.
And I guess the question is, if that doesn't come up, what, I mean,
Yeah, then
this
what
money
do you
sits
do?
in here
Then-
in perpetuity, what,
Right,
are we
then-
able to access it, or do we
You'd
bring
have
it
to
back?
dissolve it via town meeting, via deliberative session and or a vote.
I think you dissolve it, it goes, is returned to taxpayers.
At that point.
Goffstown has a similar fund, and they use it to manage their increases. They were health trusts, and they got hit with a 19 or 24% last year. So they use their fund to make that something down closer to 10, I believe.
Right.
Um,
But then the only problem I have with that is if you mitigate it down to 10, then next year you have another, call it 19%.
Right.
it's not
Now
there.
you've got 19 plus an extra 9 you gotta throw
I
in
don't
there
know what their method is for funding, if they always put unreserved fund balance.
into things
Exactly.
like that or not, but my only thought was if we were to run into a situation that we just ran into. And
Well,
we can
we
just
could,
act.
right?
We definitely
Because
can.
Sure.
right now, we're
Anything's
still
possible.
with school care with CBA people, right?
Correct.
So,
We could, for this year, we could run into an assessment again because we're on school care.
So we could be tapping the fund a minute after it's set up.
So should we do 50,000 for this one as well?
I'm happy with
I
that.
just don't wanna,
Right, hold too much. That just sits there and does nothing.
if
So,
we end up going to an insurance plan that doesn't have that assessment, most of them don't do that, right?
I believe it's specific to the pooling, the way that if it's governed.
well, she's
So I was
but no,
trying,
it should be fine.
if we
Yeah,
go to
I
a
go-
different plan, was that the question, or different
Yeah,
carrier?
do most insurance plans have that assessment thing like school care?
Only a pooled risk insurer would have that. In school care and interlocal trust or accessible pooled risks, New Health Trust is a non-accessible risk pool. And they are also the reason all of SB, I want to say it was 297, what, I'm not sure of the right Senate bill, came up last year because Secretary of State thought they were holding far too much in reserves. And when you're in a pooled risk, there's no oversight from the insurance commissioners on the premiums that are set. So not only did Secretary of State feel that Health Trust had too high reserves, they also thought their premium increases were out of line with what they were seeing. Well, it turns out you fast forward to this year and it was not, but prior to that, it looked like it was.
So there's a possibility if we went with a different insurance company that doesn't work the same
So
way. as
Anthems, we went out,
Could get rid of the fund.
yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, there is, if you're not in a pooled risk, you don't have those assessments, but you also are, the premium changes can be more volatile. It doesn't mean it's bad, it's just a different way of insuring. This one is written so that this fund, if it's voted through, can be used for changes in plan utilization. So like our budget's set and we're all good to roll, and then 3 single people get married and have a kid before June 30th, and, you know, they're changing over.
So
and-
like census
And I'm
changes.
looking for lots of money that doesn't exist.
Okay.
okay, so $50,000 from undesignated fund balance.
This is from taxation?
She's
It does, I
changing it on
changed
her
it.
side. Motion, motion by Ed, second by Jeremy. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining. Last one we have here is for the Madison Corner Schoolhouse. Leanne came and talked tonight. They reached out to me and said they would like us to put up $25,000 as we have done in the past. All of this monies can be used towards some of the matching grant that they're working towards. They've moved a lot further forward. I'm gonna let them come and speak to it all. But they've started doing some of the work in the schoolhouse now, and they're using just the money that they've raised locally for that. But so I'd take a motion to add $25,000. Motion by Ed, second by Sherry. Couldn't get the name out. Any other discussion there? Seeing none. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? One opposed. All right. Question, we are at 10 o'clock. Do we wish to, is there anything here that is absolutely necessary that was that?
Chairs.
School chairs, yes.
Like better chairs to sit in.
Public comment. I'm gonna open it up.
Chairs.
You guys have been so quiet in the back there. All right, I'm gonna move on from that. So you have first reading of policies.
Motion.
Motion to approve as a first reading, second by Jeremy. Any discussion?
No, I'm
Oh.
just ready to vote.
All in,
Who motioned it?
Ed and Jeremy.
Policy committee members.
All in favor?
I was there.
Aye. Deb's hand was up well before, so we'll call that.
Trying to push it along.
You
Yes.
represented.
Chairs for the gym. Heather,
So we currently have metal chairs. The town would love to take them off our hands so we can purchase more of these so that it doesn't ruin our floor.
So the old metal chairs have the plastic bottoms
Oh,
that
yeah.
the metal starts going through.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't think of that either until the first play.
So we need to match up what we have. The town has agreed to take on our old ones to Old Home Week and that they always use them for. To add the chairs, 120 chairs with 4 carts that they go on, we're looking at a total cost of about $4,900.
We'll sell the other chairs to the town for 2,500, so that.
Yeah.
Are you sure it's the
For
same?
scrap.
You go negotiate that, we'll be good, yes. Happy to do it. So Heather's just looking for approval to be able to order the chairs. Motion, second. Any other discussion?
Can I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am?
Was there any thought to just buying different tips for the chairs that, I mean, we used felt ones that were pretty fairly indestructible up at the middle school. I know because I've bought them all.
We have looked into them, but also the status, we've been trying to upgrade chairs periodically every year, getting another 20 or 40, so this just means we're just fast forwarding our cycle a
So
little
we've
bit.
upgraded a lot of them already. This is just finishing the upgrade to one.
And that money will come from where?
Current budget.
We would overexpend our furniture budget, but
Okay.
we have 2 unstaffed teachers, we have money that could be shifted if the, sorry, I can't think of the word, the transfer.
Transfer, it's the transfer.
Just
that's right.
budget
Has a
line item
difference.
transfer.
Right.
Plus that tennis balls are expensive.
Oh, God, I remember doing that. Other discussion?
How often are they used?
The chairs, quite often, just for any event we have, so we're at the point of, we have the concert coming up on the 11th, and we'll haul out every chair we've got.
So we won't have those yet, right?
Well, it depends, if you say yes tonight, they will be shipped tomorrow.
Any Cyber Monday deals?
I don't know.
Come on, we're
I
still.
know, we're
Monday.
losing time, so.
Right.
That's right.
Other questions, thoughts?
It'll be Giving Tuesday, maybe.
Ah, all right.
If you want to adjourn. you can
All
adjourn.
in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Opposed?
Yes.
Yes. One opposed. All right.
I just wanted to say no on.
Did you accept,
Okay.
did you accept this Discovery grant?
No.
No. New Hampshire Discovery Grant.
Yes, so we received our New Hampshire Discovery Grant from the Department of Ed. This is coming from the Department of Ed this year rather than straight from Discovery. So we just need you to accept the amount, I believe it was $3,000, Heather, is that about right?
I have this all
Yeah.
saved.
I think it was
3,000, I believe.
Motion.
I have an actual motion written by the Discovery Grant people.
Do we have to read
Okay,
it?
so do we have to read it?
No,
just take the money?
We are happily accepting your money. I have a motion by Ed, second by Jeremy. Heather's wording will get sent to Janet.
and it'll be reflected appropriately in the minutes. Here it is.
We use it to buy the
LEA must
chairs.
agree to the following: utilization of the Discovery platform, and that we supply reports. And Heather and I have already talked about the reporting that they require. And
That's right, I remember.
It's about how many times the people use the platform. It's all
Yeah, who
aggregate data.
accesses
They
it.
don't collect names.
I can't find the wording.
And we have been using this program for several years.
The motion and the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Discussion, sorry.
I just want to make sure I know what I'm voting on. So this is just a motion to accept that
Accept the
$3,000.
$3,000.
Accept the
Yes.
money.
Okay,
That's right.
I got it.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed or abstained? Carries.
No, the next one.
Second reading or adoption of building supervisor. I did not see this in the packet.
Can we kind of table this, because I honestly haven't read it.
Yes,
I
sir.
haven't either. I want to be honest.
Okay, and I didn't see it in the packet, so,
It's on, it's,
I hate to be a
yes.
wet blanket, because we're put back those, but I thought for first readings of policies, you needed to actually publicly read them for the record.
I never have.
No, they're in the policy.
Correct. Trust me,
On the other side of the road.
years ago I read, and man, it was,
Lou
but
used
then,
to, but I think you like to listen to his voice.
but they are posted and publicized in our board packets. so they are publicly noticed.
Are they online? Are they
Yes,
posted
ma'am.
online?
Yep. Yes, they are. In that 100-page
Page,
document.
which is in a Google Drive that I don't normally have access to.
It is in a Google Drive on SAU 13's website.
Open
So go to
share.
SAU 13, it's open share.
You can't get on from the Madison.
Right, you have to go to the SAU 13, School Boards, Madison.
Actually, you can't even get to SAU 13 from Madison's website.
Oh,
It says error 404.
Speak to IT director.
we'll talk to Luke on that, and get that fixed. So, yes, but no, we have not traditionally read them word for
So
word.
before you adjourn,
Yes.
sorry,
I thought you were trying to poke
I was trying to get to Boston. On the warrant, the only two coming from unreserved fund balance are Article right now 7, tuition stabilization, and
Yeah,
Article 8, health insurance stabilization. So I have that correct?
correct.
And if those are the only two, is that a good order for them to be in?
I'm sorry,
we-
we said 5.
Yes, 5, I was going there, 5 was as well. So special
Oh,
ed,
yep, and 5 is also.
special ed, tuition, and health insurance.
So special ed's first, tuition second, and health insurance third. Is
Yes.
that a good order?
Yes.
Then I will
As a
not
follow the board,
remember
yes.
these. Okay.
Okay.
I got to it, no problem. And I used a personal account.
Anybody else
Account.
want to make a motion?
Adjourn right here?
I had too many, we have to stay.
Okay, who
Call it
seconded
out.
it?
Deb and Ed.
So Ed and Deb.
And we are out.
We all say yes.
Peace out, 10 o'clock.
All night.
Thank God I don't have to
Well, the
work
Patriots
tomorrow.
are winning, so that's a good thing.
Score.
Game's probably over.
No, it's not.
Oh, that's good.
It's 7-30.
That means I don't have to do anything.
I